They're going to turn it into a porn site, Preston.
Stop it.
Okay.
It's probably more so before they, told the name to the public.
Totally.
Shut the hell up, whoever that
Exactly.
is.
All right. Well, this is a little somber. Princess Diana's last words have been shared by a fire chief who tried to help her after a crash in Paris.
Oh, God.
Of course, it ultimately killed her in 1997. Sergeant Xavier Gourmelion told the Daily Mail, she asked, "Oh, my God, what's happened?"
Oh, boy.
He said she spoke in English and said, "Oh, my God, what's happened?" I could understand that, so I tried to calm her, and I held her hand. He gave statements to police, but has never spoken to the press about what her last words were.
You would think with the global hyper-focus on this incident and the continuing love for her that somebody would have gotten to him sooner, but he's held on to it all these years.
Yeah, maybe he didn't feel that it was appropriate at any time before this, but so of course the crash instantly killed everybody else. The driver was Henri Paul, and Dodi Fayed was her boyfriend, and they died immediately. He said he didn't realize who she was when he came upon the accident, which you understand, it's an accident scene. You're not you see a queen in there.
Instinct kicks in.
Princess, yeah. All right, this is a pretty messed up story. Steve forwarded this to me, and this is a follow-up to the Nexium sex cult.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys follow that? Did you watch any of you? I know Preston, you did.
documentary was...
Yeah, the documentary on HBO.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
in case you watch it, right?
I did.
Wild.
Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
Did either of you guys see it? It's really worth watching. It's one of those where you're like... You just sit there with your jaw open going,
how
and
do
you know
people
what?
fall into this?
just to jump in here, Case, and we all said this, and guys, this is what you'll learn if you're interested in watching it. In the beginning, as you're watching it, and that's how these things work. If you want to see how these things work, all the stuff that's presented at the beginning, you're like, you know what? That is actually a good model for the way
that's
to
a good idea.
live your life. You know what? That
Honestly.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the hammer falls.
Right, exactly. The suggestions of helping yourself and bettering yourself.
Right, all good.
Some of the methods and tools are like, all right, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
But then... they find the ones that really, they bring in the ones that really dive deep into it and want to immerse their entire world into it, and then they take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And that's how they get you. Smallville actress Allison Mack helped convict the cult leader Keith Raniere by giving prosecutors an audio tape of him talking about branding his recruits, court documents reveal. So... They have audio of him actually talking about it. The word was he didn't know that this stuff was going on, this branding stuff. The 38-year-old actress who pleaded guilty in 2019 will be sentenced on June 30th for her role as a slave master in the upstate New York cult that saw women recruited to be Raniere's sex slaves and then branded with his initials.
So, Preston, she could be looking at 17 years, is my understanding. What do you think? Because she provided... information and provided this audio.
Yeah.
Any idea as to what the reduction would be in her sentence?
I haven't seen any guesses of that, but they're gonna reduce it because without that,
they wouldn't be able.
They wouldn't be able to nail him concretely. Yeah. So they are thankful for her participation. She's been on house arrest in California since her guilty plea.
You remember with Sammy the Bull Gravano, who was John Gotti's hitman, basically. He murdered 19, 20, 21 people. He turned evidence against Gotti, and I think all things considered, he got a slap on the wrist, a little bit, like a year maybe jail time, and that was it.
See, all right, so this guy, L. Ron Hubbard, when I look at their faces and I watch them talk, I'm like, I'm out. When I look at L. Ron Hubbard and I watch him talk, there's no way I can follow that guy.
I know what you're saying. Even though the ideas might speak to some people, you're kind of looking at this person going, there's something not right about you. You know what I mean? So a transcript of the tape, which was included in the court filing, showed Raniere and Mack discussing the branding ceremony. So I've got some excerpts from this. Raniere had asked at one point, do you think the person who's being branded should be completely nude and sort of held to the table like a sort of almost like sacrifice? I don't know if that's a feeling of submission, And then he also suggested filming the branding to be used as collateral in a bid to stop women from leaving the cult. That's what they would do. He would willingly get them to offer up what they call collateral.
Yes.
These damning
blackmailable
accusations against them that they would have records of and they would be used against them if they decided to leave or not pay anymore.
And Preston, if you stop and think about it, the auditing in Scientology,
It's a lot like
they
that.
say a lot of times that's what that they'll get. Now, listen, this is like a sub-sorority sect of NXIVM that was supposed to be a hyper group of women committed to him.
Right.
And also he would control their diets and everything, like keep them basically on the edge of starving.
So in this documentary, do they follow up with the women that have been victimized like this?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
And they carry the physical brand, usually down towards the the woohoo, and they got it.
Raniere went on to describe how the women should be in a vulnerable position for branding. He said, laying on the back, legs slightly or legs spread straight like feet, being held to the side of the table, hands probably above the head being held, almost like being tied down, like sacrificial whatever, he said. The person should ask to be branded, should say, please brand me. It would be an honor or something like that. An honor I want to wear for the rest of my life. I don't know. And then they should probably say that before they're held down so it doesn't seem like they're being coerced.
It's so effed up.
Raniere, so this is him on tape. So they have this. This is what they got him with. So he was sentenced last October to 120 years in prison and had long maintained that he did not have any involvement in the branding ritual. Prosecutors repeatedly referenced the tapes during his trial. They noted in the pre-sentencing memo that prosecutors had not been in possession of the tape prior to the Allison Mack cooperating. Her cooperation with prosecutors was not previously announced. While the government did not call Mack to testify at any trial or hearing, she met with the government numerous times at the government's request in order to prepare for potential trial testimony and was available to testify at Raniere's trial if requested to do so.
She also presented the court with a tape of Neri singing songs from The Little Mermaid, Preston.
Oh, my God.
Traumatized them.
Seagram's liquor fortune heir, Claire Bronfman, who is accused of using her family fortune to bankroll the NXIVM cult, was sentenced last September to 7 years in prison as well. So.
I mean, and if you watch, again, not to go on and on about it, but the people that were drawn into this were like this heiress, very wealthy, very well-to-do, very confident people, and they just folded.
And the documentary is called The Vow, right?
Yes, that's it. It's worth watching. It's one of those where you're it's compelling because of how twisted it is. All right, on to some other things. Just in case you were looking to spice up your interior decoration, Cara Delevingne is sharing some inspo. I
like inspo.
The model opened the doors to her play zone for Architectural Digest and explained, my work requires me to put on many different hats and costumes. I love slipping into these various characters, so I wanted my home to reflect lots of different themes and moods. Well, every room has a different vibe with a nature theme throughout, including her Gucci heron wallpaper and staircase carpet showing leopards climbing up the steps.
It is a pretty wild... It's almost like a perverted Addams Family house, Preston.
She has a ball pit as well. And she says, the meaning I have from this house is just never grow up, always kind of maintain some sort of childlike innocence or joy or just need for fun. And they're really great for stress. She said, you can't cry in a ball pit. I've tried. Now, her adult playhouse also has, and I'm gonna use a different word for this. It's got a pink Perjanger palace.
Wow,
a pink Perjanger palace.
Yes, featuring a swing and stripper pole, as well as a vagina tunnel secret passageway.
Yeah, they're showing a picture of the room, and there appears to be on the wall a vagina, but it's actually an entrance to the secondary room.
Yes, and in fact, Architectural Digest's Mayor Russ writes, one enters the so-called rebirth canal through a vulva soft sculpture. He says, think Judy Chicago on acid, and then proceeds to crawl out of a round washing machine door suggestive of a rectum.
All right.
Delevingne is one of many celebs who have opened up their fabulous homes to AED. Other notables include Kim Kardashian and Jennifer Aniston. So if you want to take a peek, I think there's some videos on her Instagram account that you can check out.
If you want some inspo, right?
If it's exactly what you're looking for. Chris Brown allegedly hit a woman at his Los Angeles home last week, prompting a battery investigation. I'll go through his series of stuff he's done here in a moment.
This is
Brianna's ex.
Right,
Yeah. So police responded to Brown's home in Tarzana, California on Friday after a woman reported that a suspect allegedly struck her during an argument. The rapper was not present when the police arrived at the scene, but several outlets, including TMZ, have reported that the suspect is indeed Chris Brown. The alleged incident prompted a crime report for battery, and the city's attorney office will handle the case moving forward for filing consideration. TMZ reported that the unidentified woman was slapped on the back of her head. He has, of course, faced legal trouble in the past. 2009, he was arrested for physically assaulting Rihanna, his girlfriend at the time, who was hospitalized for her injuries. He later pleaded guilty to felony assault. And in 2017, model Karrueche Tran was granted a restraining order following violent threats from Brown. And he was also briefly detained in Paris in 2019 after a woman claimed that she was raped by him. He denied those allegations. But you can see that there's a pattern that this guy follows. So he's been arrested, or he's been charged, I guess. So we'll keep an eye on that. Vin Diesel sat down with Men's Health to discuss his career and perhaps inevitably his former feud with Fast and Furious co-star Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson came up. The 53-year-old is a producer on the franchise, and when Johnson joined, he had definite opinions about how it should go that he revealed. He said it was a tough character to embody, the Hobbs character. My approach at the same time was a lot of tough love to assist in getting that performance where it needed to be. As a producer, to say, okay, we're going to take Dwayne Johnson, who's associated with wrestling, and we're going to force this cinematic world, audience members, to regard his character as something they don't know. Hobbs hits you like a ton of bricks. He said of the tough conversations, that took a lot of work. We had to get there, and sometimes at that time, I could give a lot of tough love.
That's amazing, because what you're peeling back the curtain, and we're watching two artists at work communicating through acting, and it's just amazing.
He said,
when you're delivering lines like, drive that car faster, I'll kick you in the nuts.
He said, not Fellini-esque.
No.
But I would do anything I'd have to do in order to get performances in anything I'm producing.
Not Ernest Goes to Jail-esque.
Right. Reports of their conflict emerged in 2016 when they were filming the 8th film. The Rock posted an Instagram about some people on set who conduct themselves as stand-up men and true professionals while others don't. He added, when you watch this movie next April and it seems like I'm not acting in some of these scenes and my blood is legit boiling, you're right. 2 years later, Johnson made it clear they'd sorted things out. He told Rolling Stone, I came to realize it is that we have a fundamental difference in philosophies on how we approach movie making and collaborating. It took me some time, but I'm grateful for that clarity, whether we work together again or not.
Movie making is a family.
F9 is out on June 25th, by the way.
If you ever watch those movies where they're paired together, I know you're a massive Fast and Furious fan, Preston. When they would have him face off against Dwayne Johnson. Now, they're both big guys, but Dwayne Johnson is a big guy.
Yes, he is.
And it was laughable that Vin Diesel would be able to up him in a fight.
They're the stupidest things I've ever seen, these movies.
Did you watch Calvin and Hobbes?
I did watch Calvin and Hobbes.
Calvin and Hobbes.
I actually, listen, you know where I stand.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's crap. Complete crap, and it's fun.
Check your brain at the door.
That's exactly. Check everything else too.
Yeah, if you can do that, then
anything that can enable you to reach for the remote.
Rachel Zegler has already nabbed her next lead role before her star-making movie has even hit theaters. So Zegler is 20 years old. She is set to play Snow White in an upcoming live-action remake of the Disney classic. And the new role comes months before audience can even see her debut performance in Steven Spielberg's West Side Story, which opens in December. So she must be something
like
else.
A dynamo, and her voice is supposed to be amazing. But so I was trying to think, this is the first live-action Snow White telling. Now, they did do a bit of the Snow White legend and lore with The Huntsman, right? The movie with
I don't
Chris
know.
Hemsworth.
I didn't see it. I know they touched on a few different characters, but I don't remember if they did. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, Steve, Snow White or not. But yeah, the Snow White remake will be directed by Mark Webb. He did The Amazing Spider-Man. Production on the film is set to start in 2022. Webb had said of her, Rachel's extraordinary vocal abilities are just the beginning of her gifts. Her strength, intelligence, and optimism will become an integral part of rediscovering the joy in this classic Disney fairy tale. So Snow White, yeah, that'll be interesting how they play that off live action wise. I'm curious as to, I don't really remember other than the Seven Dwarves, the whole Snow White story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there's a lot more involved. There's obviously, there were people sent to kill her, and there's, which is, I think, the Huntsman deals with that.
She ate the poison apple, and that knocks her out. I get her in Sleeping Beauty stories.
No.
Sleeping Beauty's the spindle or whatever that is.
Right. Snow White's the apple.
She shows Kath. I get them mixed up.
The princess shows up. She contorts into a witch. She goes to the door and gives Snow White the apple, which she eats, and it's love's true kiss, right? Isn't that the?
I believe so. Yeah. Snow White is the latest of Disney's live-action remakes. The studio has previously reimagined Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, Mulan, Aladdin, Dumbo, and is currently in production on The Little Mermaid.
If they want to take a different spin on it, make the dwarves like Vin Diesel and Dwayne Johnson, right? And John Cena.
Villain origin stories have also gotten the live-action treatment with Maleficent and this year's Cruella. Anybody talk to anyone who's seen Cruella?
I was talking to my son about it yesterday. He saw it. He liked it, but he kind of was tired of it at the end. He thought that it was really good, but just a little too long. Now, he's a 14-year-old boy, and so maybe he got tired of it. But he said like the first 80, 90% of it was great. He just was, by the end of it, he was like, okay, I know what the story is at this point.
Gotcha. Zegler, by the way, was an unknown 17-year-old high schooler from New Jersey when Spielberg cast her in his upcoming movie.
We have our audition audio, Preston.
Oh, we do?
Here.
Wouldn't you think my collection's complete?
Yeah.
But I want more.
I mean, they heard.
Up where they walk, up where they run.
You're going to be a
up where
star.
They stay all day in the sun.
Right at this point, Spielberg's taking out his phone.
Yep.
Wish I could be part of that world.
Edward!
Yeah, hi, this is Steven. I've just had a revelation. We found our Snow White.
We'll call you.
She is going to play Maria in West Side Story to Ansel Elgort's Tony. So
Tony and Snow White?
No, in West Side Story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no Tony and Snow White. Of course. What was I thinking?
Not that I know. Tony was the 8th dwarf.
Yeah, I'm Tony.
Yeah.
What?
What do you do? All these other dwarves.
I go to work. So you're the only dwarf who's together. You don't have some sort of interesting thing that's your thing? My thing is I live life, baby.
Tony.
Yeah, Tony.
Name's Tony.
Yeah.
I live life. Don't wear it out.
I live life, baby.
Sneezy, dopey, Tony.
Doc. Is Doc a doctor?
Bashful.
He's a gynecologist.
Well, he wears
because
glasses.
he's so short, he can just look
He's
up.
a gynecologist.
Yeah, you got chlamydia.
That's a good question. What was Doc's thing? Because you have sleepy, bashful, happy, all of them, adjectives, essentially, their names.
Right.
Was he in fact a medic? Because they were all miners. They worked. Mm-hmm. They whistled while they worked.
They did. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho.
I don't know what Doc's deal was.
Hi ho.
Yeah. All right, well, it's one to ponder.
Okay.
We'll move on. Pete Davidson told Gold Derby that he didn't know what was next for him and Saturday Night Live. He said that his role in the NBC sketch series is up in the air at this point.
Is the Gold Derby like a sorting hat?
I don't know what it is. I guess it's a podcast. I don't freaking know. It just says Gold Derby here.
So F that.
I don't know what do you expect from me? Santa's got to go.
Santa's got to go.
He said of closing out season 46, it's my 7th year, and that's usually what the contracts. That's usually what the contract's usually for. So
usually
it was really emotional. He said, I worked with these guys for a fourth of my life, and I started there with acne and left with tattoos, and it was just like a crazy, very crazy long period of time.
By the way,
I still don't know what that means.
He's got the most messed up array of tattoos. If you watch The King of Staten Island, there's no, and then there's a sort of a funny side joke with a tattoo that he gets put on his mother's boyfriend, Bill Burr. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like he's getting some acting gigs, so I assume he wants to pursue that.
You know what? With those, the people that do those types of tattoos, it doesn't have any kind of theme. It's just a mishmash. They're all over the place. It kind of reminds me of back in the day. Back in my day, in the 80s in high school, what your notebook looked like.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
what some of these which is ugly, by the way.
Yeah, so here we're looking at Pete Davidson's body, and I mean, and a lot of them are not very good, and they make jokes in King of Staten Island, which is the poster for, obviously, about how a lot of them just look terrible.
Yeah. You guys got to follow Sucky Tattoos on Instagram. It's
really?
Yeah.
Okay. I do love looking at that
The
stuff.
best are the ones that people win, and I want to get this tattoo because this means a lot to me.
Yeah.
And it looks horrible.
Hey, Vanessa Bryant, Kobe's widow, has agreed to settle a lawsuit against the pilot and owners of the helicopter that crashed, killing her husband and 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, as well as 7 others, including the pilot, Era Zaboyan. Relatives of other victims also filed the settlement agreement, whose terms were not disclosed.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not disclosed, but I have to imagine. It's huge.
Yeah, but who is that money coming from? That was a pilot's error.
Insurance.
He's dead.
Yeah,
Insurance
probably
from
insurance.
the helicopter company.
If approved by the court, the settlement would end the negligence from wrongful death suit. The National Transportation Safety Board blamed pilot error for the crash, saying a series of poor decisions led Saboyan to fly into a wall of clouds where he became disoriented.
Remember Tracy Morgan with the whole Walmart thing, the Walmart truck that hit his bus? Or minivan or whatever he's traveling in. I mean, he's set many lifetimes over from the settlement with Walmart.
The NTSB also said Island Express helicopters had inadequate review and oversight of safety matters as well. So they have settled that whole deal. Let me see. Do I have time for... you know what? I didn't mention this. I had this the other day. Jen Harley was taken into custody in Las Vegas and booked for domestic battery and assault with a deadly weapon.
So this is Ronnie Ortiz Magro's...
Yep.
Baby mama.
They, of course, have history of domestic violence. He was arrested.
She's a loon, too, obviously.
In 2019 for striking Harley and locking himself and their child together in a rental Airbnb. They have since split. Now, I don't know anything about who this assault was against or anything along those lines, but nonetheless, she was picked up for that.
The winds just blow people like that together? Like, you like hitting people, too?
I don't know, man. It's hard to wrap my mind around that. And then one last thing, Machine Gun Kelly and Travis Barker held the surprise concert on a Venice Beach rooftop. I think this was over the weekend. And their partners were there to cheer them on.
Yay!
Yeah.
Partners!
Yeah, Machine Gun Kelly's girlfriend, Megan Fox, and Barker's girlfriend, Kourtney Kardashian.
Yay!
Hung as the guys played. So
let's have drinks.
They had fun, I'm sure. All right, let's get to clips, if you will. Siesta Key follows a group of friends and foes experience heartbreak and happiness while spending the summer in their Florida hometown. In this clip, Madison Hausberg talks about the biggest struggle she has faced this year.
Planning a wedding during COVID is difficult, for sure. Like, it's overwhelming. Like, you have to think about, I have to think about my parents who are older. I have to think about Ish's parents who are older. Like, I can't have a group of 100 people together. Like, I can't. So it's not what I thought wedding planning would be.
You suck my and shut the up, huh?
Wow. Is this a hot girl movie, Nick? You pulled up a picture and it's like
it's a reality show.
Oh, it's a reality show.
Yeah,
all right, it's a hot girl reality show.
Hot girl reality
it's
show.
Based on a cookbook. Hot women in bikinis. All right. The newest episode of Siesta Key airs 8 o'clock tonight, and that's on MTV.
Amazing.
Here's the next clip. The 11th season of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills introduced Sutton Stracke, I don't know. A Southern debutante turned Beverly Hills socialite as a full-time member of the show. And here she explains the surprise negative aspects of filming.
There's days when I hate it and it's tough and, you go home and it doesn't feel good and you kind of wake up and you have to brush it off. And, I know for me personally, I think, gosh, I should have done something a little bit differently. Last night at dinner, it didn't feel right what I said, or I feel like my feelings got really hurt.
Shut the up!
Like, she doesn't sound like a Southern debutante.
No, not at all. And in fact, maybe they're not being truthful about the cast.
The newest episode of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills will air at 8 p.m. tonight. That's on Bravo.
If you watch that show, Preston, did you see Escape from L.A.?
Long time ago, yeah.
So Snake Plissken goes into this part of the city where it's all plastic surgeons and post-plastic surgery people.
Yeah.
That's the way they look.
Yeah.
That's the way the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills look.
I detest those shows. Absolutely detest them. All right, anyhow, but some people love them. There you go. That's what we have in the entertainment report for you this morning. Reminder, secret text word, $50 from Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. Text word secret to 39333. And we have a screening of The Tomorrow War. That's the Chris Pratt movie. Yeah. So it will be next Thursday, July 1st. And the screening will be, I'm sorry, I'm just reading this now.
Tony.
It says, an advanced screening of Amazon Studios' new action sci-fi film, The Tomorrow War, starring Chris Pratt on Thursday, July 1st. The sci-fi adventure group of soldiers and civilians travel out of the year 2051. Where is this? You watch this at home?
Yeah, it's a virtual advanced screening.
Virtual. It doesn't say. It says virtual advanced screening right there. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I was thinking it was at the movie theater.
Yes, well, the movie theaters are open now.
Damn it.
It's like at that point in time where you go into Dunkin' and you ask for a coffee and they ask, do you want it iced or do you want it hot? We're at that point right now. The theaters are back online. You don't know how to phrase that.
So we'll take 7 callers, and we will give you these virtual advanced screening passes. 215-263-WMMR. The movie launches on Amazon Prime Friday, July 2nd, so you will get it a day in advance.
Cool.
We'll get it for free. So let's have you call now, and we'll set you up with that. We're going to take a break. We have an Olympian, a local Olympian on this show. starter.
Actually, it's a good thing if you're hanging out with people and you want to have something to talk about. You're all amongst a bunch of music lovers. It creates that exact conversation. Preston, what would you say is the best song of this album? What song best represents this artist?
Yep.
And we were having fun with it.
Yeah, we got a little bit of buzz about that conversation. I posted it as an MM Archive podcast, so you can hear Preston's choices, all of our selections, and make your own selections and vote for those at WMMR.com.
So that continues, and it's sponsored by Meineke. So you can go to WMMR.com and check that out. I saw this interesting article. It was on BuzzFeed. They have these great, they'll go through Reddit and find some interesting threads and then post them. And this is one I would never really have thought of. It's essentially some comments from people who have gone to jail, served time, and what they were surprised by when they got out after being incarcerated.
Do you notice that we've done a fair amount of jail topics lately?
I was thinking that.
And I'm amazed at how many convicts and current convicts listen to us.
Like us?
We are a hit in the jails. That's why I'm surprised we never got a call from Cosby, Preston.
Listen, when we, back in the day when we would release our calendars, we would get loads of mails from convicts from the jail. And you could see, because the mailing address on there was like, Fort Dix or Graterford and all this, and they were requesting calendars all the time.
I'm pretty sure I heard from somebody that got out after we had sent them that they used it as like currency. So
I believe it.
They all got sent to him, and he said, "I've got 10 if you and traded out our calendars for."
Sure. But there's some interesting things here, and I'm going to run through this list and just these examples. Like this one says, my father was incarcerated from 2003 to 2016, so he was in for a long time.
Yeah.
He said the biggest shock for him was technology and how much McDonald's had raised prices by the time he got out.
Okay, so what they're shocked about when they get out.
When they get out, yes.
Okay, so somebody that was very close to me when I was younger did some jail time, and when he got out, he was in 4 or 5 years maybe. When he got out, he was shocked by the fashion.
Okay.
Really?
He goes, I am not wearing those tight ass sweatpants. He goes, who would ever put those on? Like the tapered leg, and he was used to the big baggy stuff when he went in. He goes, I'm never putting those on. I'm not wearing them.
Kathy, there's a very funny scene in a movie called Undercover Brother, where the Preston, where the pimp gets out of jail.
Yeah.
And he gets out. He's got the shoes with the goldfish in the heels and all that stuff.
Yep.
And everyone's looking at him like, what?
This person had stated, when I got to ride in a car again, and it felt like we were going about warp 15. He said, I think we were only moving at about 45 miles an hour. The guy hadn't been in a car in years, and he said it tickled my dinky like a roller coaster for about 10 seconds.
I'd love to have my dinky tickled.
And he said also at the grocery store, it was really hard seeing people willfully buying cans of tuna.
Wait, that's really funny.
He'd probably eaten it so much in jail that he just can't believe people would actually purchase it. So
this kid wasn't in prison, but it's one of these cases where like a lunatic dad, Preston, kept his daughter in the basement. He actually had sex with her fathered kids who were like, 16 that had never been outside the basement. But they talked about taking them out, and they were driving along, and the kid had never seen trees.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine that?
No, that's beyond my comprehension.
It's beyond,
this one says, one of the hardest things for me once I got out was making choices. He said, let me explain. In prison, you might have 2 choices for shampoo if you're lucky.
Yeah.
The first time I went shopping for hygiene essentials was at Target. And I remember being so overwhelmed by the amount of choices for shampoo and having no idea which one to get.
I've heard the same sort of thing, that people that come from even other countries that don't have supermarkets, or that they'll walk into a store here and say, you mean there are 300 different types of this?
Yeah.
He said, I stood in that aisle and I cried for a few minutes before I left without getting anything. It was too
crying convict in aisle 5.
Yeah, he was too overwhelmed by it.
I mean, that's kind of like I've been into a store in a little town where I'm like, so this is the only deodorant you have? Like there was one brand, and I was like, but I don't like that brand.
The most shocking, I was in I was with my dad, my wife and I, Claire and I were visiting my father in Texas. We took a long drive. We're going to Corpus Christi. Kathy, we went through one town The ice cream parlor had one flavor. Vanilla. And I'm like, hey, I almost want to go, hey, if you folks heard, there's a thing out there called chocolate.
There are several of them that are like this one. This is my brother served a little over 3 years. But the morning we picked him up, we stopped by a grocery store to let him grab some snacks. He was walking back to the car with this stunned look on his face. And finally, he gets to us and he goes, I felt like I was on an acid trip. He said, I haven't seen that many colors in so long, and I need to sit down. And there are several that talk about seeing colors.
Sure, because you're dealing with like drab prison grays and things of that nature. It's very rare that you have a lot of day glow color.
Right.
Well, that's a beautiful mauve.
And I think we don't realize how quickly that happens for them. Like they don't need to be in there all that long to, that's their life and that's all they know. And then to come out back into life with colors and selections and, different choices.
It can happen quickly.
It's quick.
Last time I was at the DMV for about 45 minutes. I already had a prison tattoo and learned how to play the harmonica.
This other one's kind of a follow-up to that. It says, my old boss spent 7 years behind bars. He said the morning he got out, his grandmother picking him up, they went to Target. He said his eyes were hurting because he hadn't seen the color red in years.
Kathy, if you just get out of prison, you're going right to Target, right?
I actually just want to go, you could lock me up in
She'd like to be
Target.
a prisoner in Target.
In Target, yeah.
This person said, talking about things that surprised them when they got out of being in prison, just money in general. Said you have no idea how to handle money, and that takes a little time to get used to.
I wonder if people are going through that now. We talked about, I think we might have been talking about yesterday, the credit cards getting worn down and the chips being, wonky because people switch to using their credit cards and their debit cards rather than touch change or money, because we were heard, okay, that could be a way for the COVID virus to get into your home. Yeah. And so I wonder if people are now going, money, change, how do I make that,
Right. Another entry says, my uncle had been in prison for about 30 years.
30?
Yeah,
wow, that's a run.
Said he didn't believe that you can just order stuff from the internet and it would be delivered. So we ordered dinner from Seamless, my treat, and he practically power walked to the door when the bell rang, swung the door open, and enthusiastically greeted the delivery boy. Another one says, I went in, meaning prison, around the first iPhone. Came out around 2014. And what disturbed me the most wasn't so much smartphones, but how everyone everywhere had one in their hand staring at it. Said it felt very Black Mirror, Twilight Zone-ish because they weren't used to seeing people doing that. Another one says, I did 6 years. My biggest shock was finding out you can't do much of anything without a smartphone. Companies don't even do paper applications anymore. So that would be a shock.
There's some things, I'm not even in prison. There's probably some things that I still find shocking.
Right.
In certain quarters of society.
Another one says, I had a TA in college who was an ex-felon due to a dumb situation that he got involved in when he was a teenager. He was tried as an adult. He did 10 years.
Whoa.
When he got out, he said the strongest immediate impression he got was from trees, Steve.
Trees.
He said they were so huge and looming, and he always felt like they were leaning toward him.
Welcome back.
Yeah, like they were about to fall over.
Yeah, it's like Middle Earth.
Yep, exactly. Hang on a second. I'm going to go to Jay, who wants to chime in on this conversation. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely. So you had done some time?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not something I'm proud of or whatnot. But the last time I was in, I did 2 years, and never in my life before or since did I have the anxiety that I had. I was telling your producer on the phone, it took me a little over a month to be able to actually go see my friends and hang out or go do anything. The only place that I would go is to the store to get food and to the gym, and I would get these really, really crazy panic attacks, and it was almost like I had just heard you mention about seeing trees and whatnot. And it is an insane feeling that I can't really describe. It's like euphoric, but at the same time, really overwhelming.
Yeah, overwhelming is a perfect word.
Did it feel like something was going to happen to you, or is that not the correct description?
It wasn't really that something was going to happen. It was I had become I made a promise to myself over the years, that was not the only time that I was incarcerated, but I made a promise to myself not to become institutionalized like a lot of people can.
Mm-hmm.
And, I did everything I could, and I thought that I would be, good to go coming out, and it was just a real shock. I got picked up, and we went to an Amish, market, and kind of like a Amish version of the Reading Terminal Market, and to have breakfast, and it was overwhelming. Is the best way.
Well, they do put out quite a spread out there.
that they do.
The Amish do.
I almost wonder if they should have like a prison town to sort of like
step down.
to transition you back
Step
into
downtown.
right?
Step downtown.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Hey, you get to live here for a month before you are released, right? Like, so here's the promised
They
land.
don't care that much.
I know. Well, they should though. These are people, right?
Well,
These are people, and they're trying to go. I'm sorry. What were you going to say there, Jay?
Oh, I was going to say, actually, I was, for the last, 5 months or so, I was at the quote-unquote work release center. Some people they go back to their jobs on the outside and stuff like that, but for those that don't, they have jobs you can work there and everything, and you're allowed, there's no locked doors. It's kind of like a dorm style setup. They have vending machines, and you can get these cheesesteaks, and so it's kind of like a little bit closer here and there, and it didn't do it this time.
Well, how you doing now, Jay? You still in that anxiety mode?
No, honestly, it went away.
All right.
After about a month and a half or so, it slowly started to fade, and
okay.
That was in 2016. So I'm.
Let me suggest this, because Preston.
I'll never forget that feeling and how terrifying it was.
Obviously it impacted you. Preston, you talk about step downtown.
Thank you, Jay.
Could we convert Lazy Town to step downtown?
Ooh, maybe make a kid show out of it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, with the right colors and everything, just reacclimate and it learns, get up and get moving and get back to life.
Do some songs, exercise.
Don't stay in your cell all day.
Mm-hmm. So similar to what Jay was talking about, but more what you mentioned, Preston. So my friend, when he got out, he was nervous that something was going to happen to his wife. Every time she went out, he'd be like, "Where are you going? Make sure you call me." And she's like, for 5 years, I've been good. I'm still going to be good going to the store, but so much so where he would go with her and sit in the car when she would run into the store.
Is it because he knows the kind of nefarious people that are out there?
No, it just was like what Jay was talking about. It was anxiety, whatever
being
it was.
Left alone.
Fear of losing her.
Feeling like something was going to happen. But I mean, so much so where he would sit in the car, wait for her, and if she took longer than he thought, he didn't want to go into the store. He wasn't ready to be there, be in the store, be around a lot of people. So he would start to have a panic attack that something was wrong in the store.
I wonder how many people get out, and I don't know if he mentioned this person that you know, but I wonder how long the feeling is when you get out that somebody's going to say, "Oh, there was a clerical error." You still have more time, or is that something you experience, right?
Yeah. And I have no idea if, it's a movie, but Shawshank Redemption, there's a great line where Red says, and he's talking about Brooks, who a lifer had gotten out, and then he kills himself. And
he doesn't know what to do with himself.
Well, he says at first, he said the walls are funny. At first you hate them, then you get used to them, and enough time passes, you depend on them.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know, man. It
probably wouldn't have happened if he'd gone to Lazy Town.
Kathy,
Step downtown.
Step downtown.
I'm asking you this because I still do. From time to time, I will have dreams about college. Like I'm back there and I haven't. I haven't been to class all semester.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I wasn't sure because I'm wondering for anybody who's been spending a lot of time in jail.
They have dreams about it. Yeah.
I'm going to address this text, and I'm going to leave it. This is not open. This is not a debate or discussion. This says you're talking about feeling sorry for someone that committed a crime. The point is to take away S, not give them S. It was their choice to do what they did. But I think we can agree that someone who has done something in their life that put them behind bars, if they are going to be released, that you do want them to be re-entered into society a different person and a new person.
That's the whole
who
purpose.
is not going to be a danger to society any longer. So if you look at that as the goal, then yes, steps need to be taken to help this person not be a danger to society anymore, and doing their time is that punishment. So
well, it's that's the model.
And it's a deterrent,
right? You're supposed to, you come out and you've hopefully been reset and able to get back into society. Now, obviously,
of course, it doesn't happen.
If someone is a recidivist molester and stuff like that, we're not talking in that ballpark. But if someone made a few mistakes, ended up behind bars, and comes out, I actually know a guy, Preston, who works with a number of restaurants in the area. And he works with people who have just gotten out who want to reset. And so many of them it's drugs.
Oh, yeah.
So many of them. And so what he does is he works and he gets them at the point where they're able to be managed. Mm-hmm. He uses a little bit of a military mentality on them and helps turn their lives around. He says, their desire to work and be productive and to make amends for what they've done and to reset things are so powerful that from an employer's level, they're golden, So, I mean, it's something that we always like to hold out that hope that, hey, we all make mistakes.
Right.
And if we can learn from our mistakes and then go off on the right path, that's a wonderful thing.
And then there are evil people.
Right.
And they need to be dealt with.
Who should never be let into Lazy Town.
Absolutely. All right, so here's a few other examples of people that came out and surprised by the things that they experienced. This one says, I have two family members who did a very decent amount of time, and of all the things that could have blown their mind, Spotify was the biggest. Even the obscure house artists they were buddies with back in '89 were on there, not having to burn any CDs or buy records. They still can't get over it because, I guess you can find obscure one-hit wonders. And
those must be the only convicts not listening to MMR. Because, haven't you heard?
I remember before streaming services and things like that, and that way to purchase music online when Napster first hit. I was like, I found songs that I thought I would never hear again for the rest of my life.
I know this song, just a part and just a lyric, and how did it go? And you became like an internet sleuth.
Yeah.
How am I going to find it? Preston, it's funny you should mention that.
Anything.
I'll send you the article. It's people at the initial, after LimeWire and Napster, who actually ended up doing a little bit of jail time for stealing files and their story. It's kind of interesting.
I would like to see that. Hang on, I'm going to go to Ian. Hey, Ian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Ian?
I just wanted to say I did 4 years from 2012 to 2016. I think the biggest thing for me, the clerical error thing, especially that Steve was mentioning, was a big thing for me. When I got out, I had this overwhelming feeling that I was forgetting to do something.
Okay.
I was forgetting to do something, and that was going to cause me to go back. And that was a real source of anxiety for me. And then I ended up going back, and for a very short amount of time, just a few weeks, and I ended up meeting Bill Cosby, which I wanted to mention.
Stop it. What?
All right, so you were at Phoenix then, or was this been at Phoenix SCI?
Are you serious?
I was only there for a few weeks, and he was a total jerk. I actually was sitting in the chow hall with him, and a guy extended his hand to him, said that he was a big fan, and Bill Cosby made this really sour-looking face at him.
I'll tell you what, even if this is a completely fictitious story, it's the coolest story I've ever heard.
Yeah. Wait a minute, so he made the sour face at him. Did he say anything?
He did not say one word.
Frizzle down.
He did not say one word. He just looked at the guy's hand and just made this face, and he was in a wheelchair, and he was being pushed around by somebody, and it was like this was a common thing, and I guess he didn't really pay too much attention to other guys in there.
What was the chatter about him? Anybody share any stories of encountering him?
One half of the prison was pretty much against Bill Cosby just because, the guy's a rapist, or, people were saying that. And, there's a huge stigma associated with any sexual crime while you're in prison. And they're looked down on very, very much. And then the other side of the prison that's enamored by him because he was famous.
Okay.
Wow. Rizzle dazzle.
Wow.
Rizzle dazzle.
That's pretty wild, Ian. So, but how you doing now, man?
I'm doing great. I've been out for a few years now. I've been working full time for a long time. I had a really bad drug problem.
Okay.
And and you see, like you were saying earlier, the recidivism rate for heroin addicts, especially, is something like in the 90th percentile. It's really ridiculous.
Yeah.
And what we all hope for, Ian, obviously in this broader conversation, is that you go in and you can, and I know you want to set your life right? You want to make amends. You want to move on and have a good, productive life. How do you feel you're doing?
Absolutely. I definitely feel like I'm doing good. I probably, I'm a door-to-door salesman, but I probably made more money since I got out than I ever did before, before I ever went in. And, obviously it's still a struggle. Drug problem-wise, something I live with on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there still is, there's something to be said about like the human spirit, I guess you could say, especially when you're coming out after doing a long period of time, you have this like resiliency that you didn't really notice that you had before.
Okay.
If you're willing to do the right thing anyway.
Yeah, and use that. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Ian, thanks for the call. Glad you're doing better, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Eric.
Here's another one says, I've done 5+ years in prison. I was mostly amazed by smart TVs with Netflix and browsers directly in the television.
Yeah.
And the 4G internet speeds blew my mind as well. So like the Spotify, and here's now a TV version of that, you can pretty much find what you want to find, man.
You just say it and it happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the future.
Another one says, I spent roughly 9 years in total at a maximum security prison for some dumb decisions I made as a juvenile. Self-checkout stands. He says self-checkout stands at stores and wireless headphones were definitely one of those this can't be real moments. Like I questioned reality.
Yeah.
Like when you can't explain an instance and it scares you trying to cope with it. Did that really happen? That's how I felt with like the self-checkout aisles.
Well, you remember even technologically speaking years ago, Preston, when they said, there's going to be a point at which you'll get real-time directions in your car, using satellite placement systems. I'm like, but how are they going to do that?
Yeah.
And lo and behold, here we are. It just seemed like an impossible thing.
Part of the punishment of going to prison is taking away those little things that you take for granted.
That's supposed to be the punitive damage.
And how much we as human beings probably take for granted these little luxuries and cool things. Like here's one that says you forget about the details of things, like the way carpet feels on the bottoms of your feet.
Wow.
What it feels like to shower completely alone and without flip-flops on.
I was going to say alone time, but you got a lot of that.
Yeah.
But there's all of those things. On the flip side, Preston, if when you showed up at a prison, they gave you an Amazon Prime membership, that's going the wrong direction, right?
It would be, yes. Yeah. You're not showered with these wonderful luxuries. They're taken away. And this other one says, my friend was so used to the guards telling him what to do that he got accustomed to it. And he was really anxious when he got out because he had no sense of direction. This kind of sounds like those calls we were taking.
It really does.
He said, on a lighter note, he was amazed by Snapchat filters. Said he kept posting on his Snapchat story and all these selfie videos with filters on them.
That's funny.
So that blew him away. Let me go to this call. It is Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
On top of the morning, bitches.
Same to you, Brian. What's up, man?
Hey, Kathy, hello.
Hey.
What do you want to share with us, man?
I'm telling you, like, there's so many mixed emotions and feelings when you come out of the joint. But there's no feeling like the last day to get out. Like, it's an undescribable feeling. You can't explain it to anybody. Everything's lifted when you get out. You're feeling great. But you almost feel like you're in trouble everywhere you go.
Sure. Brian, let me ask you, on the final day when you're being released, does the warden call you into the kitchen and there's an oversized chocolate chip cookie cake?
There most definitely was.
Yeah.
Only one candle, though.
Only one.
Hey,
well,
Brian, let me ask you, as that day is approaching, are you sure that something's going to happen, and they're gonna say there was a mistake, or all of a sudden something occurs and you're in trouble and you're not getting out.
Yes, you're 100% right. You're so anxious that something's going to go wrong, because it does happen to guys. You know, they get pulled. You know, they go up to the changing room, and all of a sudden another jail wants them, or the probation officer says, "Nope, you got to stay because you did this wrong somewhere else." But yeah, that happens. I've seen it happen. So you think it's going to happen to you?
Let me ask you too, Brian. So as far as when you get, I don't know what you know. I assume there was at some point some victim to your crime. I don't know what you did, but do you become penitent for that? Do you know, as you're there and you're in jail, does the process of you being remorseful for what you did kick in?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like you kind of transition into a different kind of lifestyle.
All right.
You know?
All right.
I mean, some people do. I know I did, but maybe your lifers and your lifetime criminals, maybe not, but it was a little different for me. Yes,
I hear you.
Yeah, there are some, and I've seen some guys that have all these excuses of, it was because this and that and that, and then the other time I got arrested, it was because of this, that, and that, and it's like, man, there's a common theme here, dude.
Yeah, and you're in.
There's an excuse for everything, but you got to get your life straight.
Well, it sounds like you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on, man. You guys are the best.
Appreciate it, Brian. Thanks for calling, man.
Have a great day.
One last from this article of things that people were surprised by when they got out of prison. This guy said, spent 6 years behind bars. When I got out, the biggest shock was the beautiful sights and colors, and I forgot how gorgeous nature was. It would put the thought into my mind that I never want to go back because there is no beauty in prison. The beauty is on the outside. And I'm glad I'm out now, and every day I still take in the amazing outside world for what it is.
Do you know the first stop, at least in this area, for most convicts who are released, it's Sesame Place.
Oh, a lot of colors there, yeah.
Because of the colors.
The characters.
The general vibrant feeling.
Parade that they have.
Yes.
It's wonderful. All right, listen, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going live on Fox Good Day. We got to stay on TV time. We'll return with that in the Bizarre File, so make sure you stay close. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
Okay, so according to this research, they found the most popular tattoos in every state. So there's some interesting ones. Like in Arizona, apparently they love Shia LaBeouf tattoos.
What? Shia LaBeouf is big in Arizona?
Come on.
Is he from there?
No, I don't think so.
And then Connecticut, tattoos of the turnpike.
Of the turn?
No, I don't know who conducted this survey, because that's the worst thing about Connecticut is the turnpike.
This is true.
I think it would be like in Connecticut, like the Huskies or something.
Something, right? And then the turnpike?
Yeah.
Right.
It'd be like New Jersey having the tattoos of the
Garden State Parkway.
Yeah,
right.
come on.
Or roundabouts or
Roundabout, no.
Jug handles.
All the way. So what do we think it is in New Jersey before we get, so we do the ones in our area?
I would have to assume that it's probably Gene Rayburn, the old host of the Match Game.
Yeah. What? Is that it?
I mean, if Shia LaBeouf is big in Arizona.
Right?
It's close. It's close.
You know what? I would say I've seen a lot of the state outline of New Jersey. I've seen several tattoos
Ding,
of
ding,
that.
ding, ding, ding. Tattoos of the state.
I had no idea. But I saw a tattoo not that long ago that a guy had. And it's the states. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
All right. Well, what about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania?
What do you think it is for Pennsylvania?
Eagles.
Wawa or something?
The Eagles.
Okay. No. Apparently it's a Bernie Sanders tattoo.
No.
This is lunacy. No, I'll tell you what.
No, it is not.
I'll tell you what I can say with a fair degree of confidence. Over the course of years, Preston and Steve tattoos where our name is featured in those tattoos. We've been doing that every Tuesday for years.
For at least, I don't know, 17 years or something like that?
Yeah.
More than long
That's
time.
because WMMR rocks, of course.
Of course. There you go.
Okay, so we're showing them for our viewers here. Oh, these are big ones too. Like these aren't any small, like a mole or something. No, these are they're taking up huge spaces.
Like a mole?
Alex, do you get tattoos of moles on your body?
Give me a
clearly
freckle.
I've never had a tattoo. I've seen like really small ones, like on the inside of fingers, or like if people are just trying to say they got one, but they don't want to do the most.
Oh, we've had huge. We've had I think us as the.
We got to go.
Sorry, Karen's waking up.
We've had the Mount Rushmore.
The Last Supper, the entire staff of WMMR with, of course, Pierre Robert was Jesus.
Oh my God.
And that was across like someone's back. I mean, gigantic. There's a really good one of Steve and I as the stepbrothers.
Yes.
And there's a gal that got that on her shoulder. I think you guys might have that picture. That one was pretty awesome. But yeah, there are a lot of precedents.
There's also the monkey hanging between. Did you guys get that one?
Yeah.
There's a giant monkey on this guy's chest.
It's hanging on his nipples.
Yeah, we're looking at that one now. Oh, wow.
That's legit. That's
you
a
guys don't play
real.
around. And what do they get for these tattoos?
A free tattoo.
They get a free tattoo.
They get a free tattoo. We've had ones that have been very questionable that in no way you could show, but people gleefully got them, and we're honored.
Yeah. Do either of you have ink? Karen,
I do not.
Or Alex, no?
We're too scared.
I've heard Alex, and we obviously, we see your pictures, and you'll wear sort of a very nice, semi-revealing things on Instagram, and I think I recall a huge Freddy Krueger on your back. Is that correct?
I only bring it up.
With the claw.
Yeah. I saw that.
But to close it out, though, for Delaware, the most popular dragon tattoos.
Okay.
Yes, because of the rich history with dragons in Delaware.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that, right? What about you guys? What's the most unique tattoo that one of you have?
My tattoos suck. I'm thinking about getting removal. I just have like a tribal one around my ankle, and I've got a music note on my shoulder, and a teeny itty bitty mole-sized Flyers logo tattoo.
Yeah,
and I need to get them either covered over or redone. Casey has the best tattoos of all of us.
They're great.
Yeah, and
can we show it on camera? Your kids?
Yes.
Well, where is
Just
it?
do a handstand.
It's on his. This one's on his arm. Where's the camera? Where can we?
Right here.
Can we get a shot of that?
He just needs to stand up or lift it up a little.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry. Oh my goodness.
Move your mic. Yeah, there. It's his kids on the beach.
Oh, which way is the gym, Casey?
Isn't that nice? It's Casey's children on the beach.
I love that one. Sweet. That is a good one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Maybe next time we talk to you, we'll have a tattoo. Stay tuned.
Please do.
Of course, Freddy
All right,
Krueger.
We'll see you later. All right.
Dude, I thought you were talking about my taint tattoo, and I was like, I am not showing that one.
You did hesitate for a second.
Yeah.
No, you also your
on.
children's footprints
Yeah.
on the backs of your legs.
And one on my arm over here.
Yeah.
All right.
My goodness.
All right. Well, we missed traffic, so let's get a look at NJM Insurance Group traffic and see what we got going on there. Kathy, what? the three of them had fallen asleep, and when he woke up, Garcia was gone with their belongings. Sands said that he followed Garcia to the park to confront him. During the confrontation, Sands took a knife from Garcia and stabbed him several times and cut his head off. He then told investigators he dragged Garcia's body to the street and played soccer with Garcia's head.
Wow.
Oh, dear God.
Sands is being held on a murder charge. I told you it was messed up, man.
Soccer with his head.
We'll do a lighter story to wrap and end with. Let's go with this one. A plague of mice in the Australian state of New South Wales has forced a prison to evacuate at least 420 inmates and 200 staff.
You cannot imagine when you think of an infestation, you take it and multiply it by 1,000, and that's how bad it is there in Australia.
The mouse infestation at the Wellington Correctional Center broke down parts of the prison's building's infrastructure, damaging internal wiring and ceiling panels. Commissioner Peter Severin said Tuesday inmates would be transferred to other prisons and staff would be relocated while authorities battle the infestation. He said the health and safety and the well-being staff of inmates is our number one priority, so it's important for us to act now to carry out the vital remediation work.
They actually have large machines where they are literally vacuuming them up.
Yeah.
He said there are lots of, according to reports, there are lots of fields with crops around the jail. The mice invaded the jail looking for food and shelter as the weather gets colder outside. Parts of Australia have been plagued last August.
It's like the Australian Green Mile.
Yeah. Did you send us a video?
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
It's unbelievable.
Since then, rodents have ravaged fields and infested homes, causing millions of dollars of damage to crops and machinery. But it's not a new phenomenon. The country has been seeing these outbreaks for the past decade. Farmland conditions have become more favorable for a mice invasion. And as a result, farmers have been dealing with significant losses as well. And now they're running the prisoners out of the prison. That's how bad it is. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break, reminding you that we have a secret text word, chance for you to win $50 from Everfresh juices and juice drinks. Text the word secret to 39333. We will see if you win. We're going to have Olympian Peyton Ridenor on the show. She's local. A little bit later on, she's a BMX rider in the Olympics this year.
She's amazing.
So we'll get her in a bit and some other things, too. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
come up with.
The Just Saying Institute. Projected site of Lazy Town presents Step Downtown for ex-convicts.
Step downtown. All right, so let's see what we begin with. Being in a good mood. That's always great. Makes you feel wonderful. But
it's a good thing.
It could be bad news for your judgment. The Wall Street Journal looked at several studies about this. They note that Australian researcher Joseph Forgas found that people had more bias when they were in a good mood. Forgas once said, the same smile that is seen as friendly by a person in a good mood may be judged as awkward when the observer is in a negative mood.
Huh?
Discussing the weather could be seen as poised when the person is in a good mood, but boring when that person is in a bad mood.
Well, this is a subtle nuance, is it not?
He then wrote that positive mood seems to promote creativity, flexibility, cooperation, and reliance on mental shortcuts, and that negative moods trigger more attentive, careful thinking, paying greater attention to the external world. So this kind of means that it suggests the moment-to-moment variability of mood affects the quality of our judgment in ways that we possibly can't help to control, meaning that...
Well, then we're screwed.
If you're in a good mood, you could be more gullible at that point in time because you are more open to just, hey, sure, everything feels good right now.
And then you'll be in a bad mood because you got tricked.
Right. Or, if you find out immediately, and then you're more attuned to your surroundings and might be a little bit more guarded in your
Yes,
your
I can see that.
acceptance.
I consider myself a happy-go-lucky cynic. So, yes,
happy-go-lucky
I'm
cynic.
chuckling while I'm doubting everything you're saying.
Okay. So, being in a good mood, just be aware, if you can, that you might get taken advantage of if you're in a good mood.
Haven't we heard, though, that being in a good mood will extend your life overall?
Absolutely.
So what the hell do we do?
I don't know. Now I'm in a bad mood.
I'm pissed.
And I'm going to die sooner because of that.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. But anyhow, the variability or noise should give a pause to anyone who thinks that they can make purely objective judgments. If our mind is a measuring instrument, it is a noisy one, he said.
So which mood / emotion affects you guys and your judgment the most?
Judgment?
Yeah, for me, it's anger.
Anger, people who are overly mercurial.
Like being mysterious?
Well, that have mood, like turn on a dime mood swings.
Oh, the people have the mood swings.
He's talking about you.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Which do I feel when I'm
Like
at my most vulnerable?
If you're in a certain mood, you know that ultimately that's going to affect your judgment the most.
Can't quite trust your judgment.
And you make more snap decisions.
Anger.
Yeah.
Anger.
Yeah.
Anger will produce the most ill-informed responses.
The one thing that I've tried to work on with that, and I've gotten better over time, not perfect because none of us are, but when...
I mean...
Kathy.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot who was in the room.
It's the
now you've made her angry for not acknowledging her perfection.
But is being aware that you're angry. If you are aware, because you can just be anger and not even... do a little self-diagnostic. Okay, I'm mad. Why am I mad right now? And if you can do that for just a second,
Kathy's so perfect.
That it can maybe open up your eyes a little bit more.
Well,
you know, but it's hard to remind yourself of that when it's happening because your emotions are running so high. You know.
So I think you and I parallel a lot of things in the way we have responded to things. I've gotten better at it. I know you're working your way through it. And what happens, Preston, is a lot of times. You get angry. You get angry at yourself for being angry.
Yes.
And then you fall into this circle like, I am stupid. Why am I being this way?
Yep.
And then a lot of times you just have to learn to give yourself the permission to play it out and let it erode of its own nature. The worst thing is when you're making other people agitated or uncomfortable because you're in this loop. And then, sometimes it's just good to just walk away.
Yeah.
Go to your still.
And the hardest part is the awareness. If you can become aware of it, then you can cope with it.
Yes, it's a big difference.
At least I think so. All right, what else? Other studies. Okay, crying.
Crying?
One of those things many of us are taught not to do, but there are benefits to doing it.
So crying makes you happier and extends your life.
I didn't
correct?
say that. No,
crying can make you not suffer the medical problems by eating eggs.
That's it.
Okay.
That's you nailed it.
Okay, so how does crying work as a benefit?
Cognitive neuroscientist and mental health researcher Dr. Caroline Leaf says prolactin, one of the main
tough acting.
Yes.
Yes.
Was that for your feet?
Tough acting.
Yeah.
Spokesperson, John Madden.
Yep.
No, it actually releases something for you, and you feel
Right.
better afterwards,
Yeah.
right?
So yes, it's
Sometimes you cry so hard you release you evacuate your bowels.
You do?
prolactin. One of the main chemicals released into our bodies when we cry is the same one activated in mothers when they breastfeed.
That's why when I cry, I go.
She says it's released in response to negative and positive stress and may help us manage our stress response.
Interesting.
She says that crying also releases chemicals which can make us feel calm and more in control.
Well, that's why we respond with crying if we're in a tumultuous or a difficult situation. It actually helps to calm us down, correct?
I guess so.
Unless you're going out of your goddamn mind.
It may help us restore balance in the brain and body and may help one's ability to think. I guess so, Steve. Yeah. I mean, when you're overwhelmed by emotion and this happens, you start sobbing, you start crying. Afterwards, there's this kind of relief, I guess.
I've heard many people say, I need a good cry.
Yeah.
I haven't cried in a while, and I've actually had a few different opportunities where I feel like I should have cried,
right?
And I didn't, and I don't know what's wrong with me.
Well, the day that we found out that Rabbi passed away, I had like 4 different cries for a whole bunch of different things.
And see, I didn't cry, and that worries me because like I'm very sad that he passed away. But
your emotions,
normally,
it's the way you process.
You might cry about Rabbi's passing a week from now.
Yeah.
You know,
and it might manifest in something completely not related to it that just sets you off.
I was in a therapy session one time, and my therapist said that as kids, we are allowed to make loud noises on the playground and scream and cry and do whatever. And then the older we get, the more we are taught to suppress those noises, to not literally let them out of our body.
Right.
Joy, fear, anger, any of those types of things. And suppressing those emotions is not good for you. So this study of allowing it to literally come out of your body is a healthy thing
That's
to do.
why Bill Weston's so together. He
my God.
How's everyone doing?
That's why.
But I wonder the same thing that Casey has. There are occasions where I'm like, that I tell myself, I should be really upset about this right now, and I'm not.
I went to 2 funerals.
It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, I have the same questions that you do. What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with me? I mean, I went to 2 funerals, and normally at the first funeral, there was no receiving line, right? The second one, there was, and those are the ones where I can't help it.
Right.
I'm just overcome, and it was my uncle, and I didn't cry, and to me that's bizarre.
I went to 4 weddings and a funeral. Who am I?
How'd that go?
All right.
Julia Roberts?
Yes.
All right.
Science has found that crying emotional tears literally helps.
She's not in that movie.
She isn't?
No.
Who am I? I'm thinking of my best
Hugh
friend's
Grant.
wedding.
I wanted to give him that.
Okay.
Anyway, emotional tears literally helps get stress hormones out of the body.
Right.
Yes.
But how often should we be crying?
I think 16 hours a day.
Okay, well, that's your choice. Whenever we feel that we need to is the answer.
I will watch things. I will listen to music for that purpose of sort of an emotional tap in. You know, if you're saying I've felt a little bit removed, I've got to put on the Kathy Romano Little Mermaid soundtrack.
Right, yeah. No, but there's got to be a point where it's too much.
Yes, when you're rendered incapacitated, right?
If crying is uncontrollable to the point it interferes with your normal daily function, it can be a sign of a deeper problem. By the way, as I was reading that, I was thinking of uncontrollable crying moments in movies, like for comedic purposes.
Yes, yeah.
And the one I immediately think of, Casey, is from Quick Change. Now, he's acting, but Randy Quaid's character, when they're locked in the bank, and he is just over the top. Oh, my God! I'm just losing it. It is so fun.
I think of Ben Stiller in Something About Mary when he's walking out of the house at the end after.
At the end.
After Brett Favre's.
Yeah, because he's not even covering his face.
He's just walking.
Those are some pretty solid moments. Hang on. So Nick wants to comment on your comment, Casey. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Good. So, Casey, I know you sounded kind of like really bent up about not crying over the loss of Rabbi and everything like that. But I want to let you know that's honestly completely normal. I mean, I was thinking the same thing for a long time. I just lost my mother in April, and I still haven't cried about it. So I completely understand that feeling.
Nick, actually the same thing happened years and years ago. But my mother had been in a state of deterioration, I should say, trying to say it properly, and she. When she passed away, I did not cry. I didn't cry at the wake or anything like that. It was, in a bizarre way, it was like, well, she was out of that pain and misery, so that's how I processed it.
That's exactly same situation on my end, Steve. I completely understand.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your call, Nick. We appreciate it, man.
Not a problem. Have a good one.
We'll see you later. So a good cry, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Can be a very good thing. We're looking at Ben Stiller at the end of it. Something about Mary. Just absolutely wailing at the end of it. All right. How about another story? And we'll stay with some negative emotions, but maybe how something a way you can cope with it. Apparently, taking a nice hot bath could be the key to easing depression.
I find that taking a hot shower is a pick-me-up.
The thing about hot baths is
it's too much work.
No, a hot bath very quickly turns into a warm bath that turns into a lukewarm bath that turns into
you keep
cold water.
You keep tapping it out. But the problem is the hot water is coming in the bath. It's coming in one area, so you got to move your little tootsies if they get burned.
That's true. But yes, you can refresh the water.
Right.
You keep some warm water coming. Or you can get in a hot tub if you want to. One of those things will work. But a 1995 study found that using heated coils to heat up patients with severe depression to about a body temperature of 101.84 degrees Fahrenheit helps 60% of patients feel better. And 40% met the criteria for remission from their depression after just one session. Wow.
What temperature is your hot tub's water kept at?
104.
Okay, so is that the standard operating temperature for a hot tub?
No, I mean anywhere between 100 and 100. It tops out at 105, and we will put it up to that from time to time. But between 100 and 104 is the you got to kind of ease in. It's really hot.
So my wife gave me I think it was for my birthday, for our anniversary or something. You actually sit in it. It's sort of like an infrared heat. And it'll heat. It gets pretty hot in there. It's like a little sweat, like a personal sweat lodge with your head coming out of the top.
Yeah, we wanted to get a picture of you in that.
Right? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it.
Yeah.
And
it's like a what do you call it?
Private sauna. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's about and you get into a sharper image, and you're in there they recommend you don't do longer than 20-25 minutes.
Right.
But there is something that heat is very, I think, relaxing and restorative.
There were two main,
and they also make bacon in it.
There are two main theories as to why this works. Number one, depression has been associated with high levels of general inflammation in the body.
Yeah.
So heat may increase levels of anti-inflammatory compounds.
Yeah, this is what Preston up in the studio here. There's a picture. That's exactly the one I have.
Okay.
It looks ridiculous.
And number two, the sensation of heating the body relaxes patients, making them less prone to negative thoughts. Now, this isn't going to cure your depression. I'm not saying that,
but it
by
will
any way,
cure erectile dysfunction.
Okay, we'll try it out for that. See if you get a boner while you're in there. But they are testing the theory once again, and experts are excited because they say that it's great to find natural ways of decreasing inflammation without anti-inflammatory medication. So you may want to try that if you've not done it before. I'm not saying this will fix your depression or anxiety.
It is. Yeah. It's very relaxing, a hot bath, but it's too much work for me to wait for everything to fill up.
Steve, speaking of erectile dysfunction, my friend's daughter, she's 16, and she kept seeing all these ED commercials. And last week just realized that ED stood for... didn't stand for eating disorders.
I thought it was eating disorders. And now everything
in a way,
the commercials had always confused her.
Uh-huh.
And that's so funny.
It seems like a lot of guys have eating disorders.
Here's a text that says, lay in the tub with the hot shower on. It's life-changing. Drink some wine and eat fried chicken.
In the tub?
Sorry for bothering you at work. Yeah.
Mm.
I guess so. Yeah. If you've got the tub shower combo, that's a pretty good idea.
I do. Yeah.
Because it can kind of trickle in. The water.
I don't have the tub. I'd have to lay on the floor of the stall, which
you do
would seem
that.
kind of sad.
No, it's all right as long as you feel comfortable.
My head propped up on the bench.
All right, so try that out. Here's another study that's from the Just Saying Institute, the JSI.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful campus.
Turns out that having larger pupils is a sign of intelligence. Georgia Institute of Technology researchers found that as well as being linked to arousal and exhaustion
and erectile dysfunction,
pupil dilation can be used to understand a person's intelligence.
Right, so if someone's pupils are more dilated, they are more likely to be more intelligent?
No. Dilated is,
open. Well, here you go. It says specifically people who have a larger baseline pupil size. So whatever that baseline study is.
So it's not about being dilated. It's
It's about
the natural size.
What the natural size is.
Look at the pupils on that guy.
At a certain light level, I assume that what we all our eyes would adjust to is that baseline.
Right, because when you're tripping balls, your pupils are gigantic.
Right, and you're at your smartest.
You're probably really, really
You actually will attend the seahorse party.
I'm sure you think that you're really smart at that point, right?
Oh my God, I think I'm so smart.
Horses forever.
When I'm high,
I think
brilliant.
that I'm so smart. Yeah, I remember in my younger days of experimenting with substances that, man, we got it all figured out, dude.
Every now and then
we have got it all figured out.
Why hasn't anyone thought of this?
No one has ever thought of this before.
The seahorses.
Do you ever write anything down when you're in that state? And then revisit it later?
No.
Well, don't, because it's moronic.
Well, I think a perfect example is, but yet he is revered, is Hunter S. Thompson. He was always tripping.
He's the one.
We have the audio of him calling the stereo store. And
But there's also, I mean, the perfect example of it is from Animal House when they get high and he's talking about an atom in one tiny little universe and everything. I mean, they were like, oh my God. But anyhow, going back to pupil sizes. So people who had larger baseline pupil size perform better in tests of attention, memory, and reasoning.
So what is the correlation? It can't be as simple as that. You can take in more visual data.
It says the leading theory behind this phenomenon is that people with larger pupils have better regulation from a certain brain region, which would also indicate cognitive performance and the brain's ability to function.
All right, so you do take in more light when your pupils are dilated,
Yes.
right? Okay,
That's why when you go do anything with the eye doctor, you'll wear the darker glasses.
Yep.
I may have asked you guys this question on the air before, but when you do, they have that dilation solution. Thank you. If you were to use that, like, suppose you were like on a night mission for like the military
to bring in more light.
Yes. Would that work better than night? Or
It's not. No. I'll tell you exactly why it wouldn't. Because if you see any light, because you're not supposed to drive after you do that, especially at night. And I have been in the car. Rochelle's giving me a ride home from the eye doctor.
It halos.
The headlights they're crosses.
Yeah.
Right.
They're like these big light crosses.
But if you're in the bush or in the jungle or something like that where there's no light, only the moonlight,
it's not converting it that way like infrared goggles would.
All right.
But what I'm saying, if you did experience some light, it would blind
blinding.
you.
Yeah.
Your pupils change. They get smaller and larger for a reason.
The first time I ever went to the eye doctor and they did that, I had no clue what to expect. Right. And they were like, are you good? And I was like, yeah, I'm good. And they wanted to give me these sunglasses. And I had to drive home from there like an idiot. It was
so bright.
So bright.
Painfully bright, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was ridiculous. Thank God I wasn't that far away from home. But
you could drive with your eyes closed.
Yes.
It smells right.
It's kind of like when you turn the lights off in your house, you just kind of feel around. You're like, okay, I understand the layout.
Yeah.
Like,
all right. Okay. While you were saying that, I thought of something that has nothing to do with this conversation whatsoever.
Perfect.
Okay. Do you guys remember the jingle for the Light Bright game?
Light Bright, making things with light. What a sight, making things with Light Bright.
Wow, no.
Oh, I was doing a
Didn't
different jingle.
remember that.
Marissa, see if you can find it for her. She's already
I love Light Bright, by the way. The thing was they'd send design pages that you'd make the Light Brights, and then you had just black sheets that you could do things yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
And eventually you'd run out of those, and I never replaced them.
I know.
Yeah, that was
I
a big
guess
thing.
That was before you could very easily go out and get replacements.
Basically, like they were acrylic pegs that you put, and behind it was a light source, but the pegs were different colors, and it was I loved Light Bright.
Only those little pegs would end up all over the house.
Of course.
They were
They're
like the pieces from Battleship.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they end up all over a Risk. So yes, thank you for
There's Light Bright right
entertaining me with that Light Bright moment. Marissa's going to get the jingle. See, Casey, when she sends it over.
I got
All right, hang on a second here. I'm going to go to this call while we're waiting for that. It's John. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo, John, you got something to tell us, bud?
Yeah, I literally just pulling away from the eye doctor. And it's the first time I'm pulling away without wearing sunglasses because apparently now they don't dilate your eyes anymore. They have a camera that takes a picture of your eyes.
Of your retina. Yeah, John, I was telling Kathy about that the other day because my eye doctor offers that option. Did they ask you if you wanted to do it or did they just do it?
No, they just said this is what we're doing now.
Okay.
Instead of dilating your eyes, we're going to take a picture.
So they gave me the choice. They say we can dilate your eyes and do it this way, or it's like an extra $25 and we do this thing where you look in this hole essentially, and they take this picture. And Steve, you come out with a round ring around your eyeball.
It is pretty wild. We can give you the drops or drive fertilizer spikes into your rectum.
No, but but it's much easier, John. You don't have to deal with that crap, right?
Oh, my God. I can't believe they let people drive home.
No, John, I say that every time.
Kathy says it all the time.
I go to the eye doctor once, sometimes twice a year, and I cannot believe that they say, okay, have a great day, and they send you out the door. I mean, I can barely see. And it affects me. I mean, I know it affects people differently, but like I actually get nauseous every time it happens. I get a headache and I get nauseous. My body just can't handle it. And I don't know if it has to do with whatever the doctor is looking for or not, but apparently what you guys are talking about, not an option for me.
Interesting.
I'm due
Thanks,
to go
John.
back. The last time I went to this place called Visionary in Newtown Square, and I told them that I didn't want that stuff that they put in my eyes, and they didn't put it in there. So we have two. So when you guys,
you don't have to have. You don't. But then they're not seeing. They're not checking to see for, check your retina.
I've actually only had it.
Look for.
I had it twice when I had this recent procedure done, which is a thing that they can do now to eliminate the odds of you getting this one type of glaucoma, which is great. I'm happy with it. But that was the two times I've had the eye thing. I found it pretty amazing, but I know for some people it's got to be a nightmare to get that flood of light coming in, and it's got to be really disorienting.
And they have to do whatever. I'm not going to get into the detail of my eye, but they have to look closely at my retina, and so the amount of light that gets in there when my eyes are dilated, that's probably why I leave with such a damn headache. But it takes them a good 5-10 minutes. They're searching, they're looking,
and they sedate you with a mallet.
Yeah, there's a really good series on Netflix. It's like Your Body, and the first episode, the first thing they talk about is how your eyes work. It's really,
how they're
really
very similar
wild.
to your balls.
Yes.
All right, we have jingles.
Yeah, we do. And so the jingle that you guys sang, I was not familiar with. That must be the 70s jingle, because I know the 80s jingle.
All right, so here we go.
Light Bright, the toy that lets you create beautiful pictures with light. Work with colorful pegs that glow with light, light bulb not included. Make people, animals, things, and with refills, Bugs Bunny or Bozo the Clown.
Oh, God, I totally remember that.
You can make lots of pretty pictures with Light Bright from Hasbro.
You'll have so much fun pegging.
Oh, God, pegging. All right, here's the 80s jingle.
Light bright, light bright. Turn on the magic of colored lights.
This
Light bright,
Go ahead.
light bright. Make a face to glow at night.
I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
This is my jam.
Yeah, your
Pop
generation.
in the colored pegs and follow the patterns. It's easy to make your favorite pictures and characters, or you can always create your own light pictures.
Light bright, turn on the lights.
All right. There are a number of people, there's a couple of them actually, that says we should have Marissa mention the history of her searches from us when we ask her to pull audio from various things, because it would be so crazy random.
Do you think in the 80s that they actually went about including the light bulb for Light Bright? Because
light bulb not included.
I mean, how cheap is Light Bright? That they
light bulb, pegs, and actual toy not included.
Same thing with the Easy Bake Oven back then. They probably didn't give you the freaking light bulb.
Come on.
Lincoln Logs. Lincoln Logs not included.
All right, one more JSI thing here. Man, we can, do I go to another depression thing?
No.
It's a way to help with the depression.
Not a way to cause depression?
No, it's a way to help. Well, you tell me if this would.
All right, does
make
it have
you
to do with Light
happier
Bright?
or more depressed? No, but it says waking up an hour earlier could be good for your mental health. Yeah, I'll get up at 2 now.
Morning show not included.
All I know, Preston, is that when my alarm clock's set for 3:40 and I wake up at 2:40 and feel like I can't go
so
back to sleep,
annoying.
I am so happy.
I know.
I just get up, I start kicking my heels together.
University of Colorado researchers analyzed the genetic data of over 800,000 adults and found a link between earlier sleep timing patterns, which means going to bed and getting up earlier,
right,
and lower risk of major depressive disorder.
Here's what would work. If you got up an hour earlier, realized that you still had an hour's of sleep left, and then went back to sleep.
No, that's nice.
That would make you happy.
No, that is nice. If you get even more, like this morning, I had a pee-pee wake up. Moment. But it's fine. It's about 1:10, and I was like, oh, that's fine. I'm going to get much more sleep when I go back to bed. But again, honestly. For the most part, and this is it's the truth. The Sleep Number bed, I have to say, I do get pretty much uninterrupted night's sleep.
I do the pee-pee wake up at least twice a night.
Do you?
Sometimes 3.
Can I recommend something?
Totally sucks.
Have your prostate cut from your body.
Yeah, it'd be nice, right? Yeah.
That's what I did.
But apparently I'm okay. I've been checked out, but it sucks.
No, it's just part of, age.
Yep. So they say that it is possible that greater exposure to light during the day results in a cascade of hormonal impacts that can influence your mood.
A cascade of
I read a study yesterday that talked about how seasonal affective disorder is not just happening in the winter now.
I read that.
And that depressed me. That pissed me off. That melatonin levels are affected now by too much sunlight. And so
F you.
I know. And I listen, I suffer from SAD in the wintertime. It messes with me. And I have the happy lamp and the whole 9. And then I try to take the extra vitamin D, everything you're supposed to do, right? And now seasonal affective disorder can happen in the goddamn summer.
I know.
I'm like, come on, man.
I know. That's just bad news all the way
go
around.
home and OD on Light Bright pills.
Right.
So it says here that according to the study author, keep your days bright.
That's his name?
And your nights dark. Have your morning coffee on the porch. Walk or ride your bike to work if you can.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm coming in about 4:20, so I'll sit out on the porch and I'll have my coffee and I'll ride my bike so that it can be me, the drunk drivers, and a few Lyft drivers.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure that when you drink your coffee, you hold 2 hands around your cup, sniff it first,
Everything's damp from the morning dew. I'm walking through spider webs. I need a flashlight to see the coffee.
Well, it is nice that it's light out now.
Oh, it's wonderful.
When we come to work.
Psychologically,
it's
it's
a little bit of light.
Exactly. And Preston, it's bright outside right now, and if you look at the windows, they're not adjusting or shading. And people thought we were kidding around. That is such a psychological boost to see the sun and to see everything alive and bright, like a light bright, making things with lights.
Yeah, it's a lot more sight.
Turn on the magic of colored lights.
All comes back to Light Bright.
That's what they should do. We were talking about prisoners earlier. Before they go out into the actual light, let them play with the light bright to get them reacclimated to the colors.
The colors and the light and all that, yeah.
Maybe they can make happy lamps out of light brights.
Yes.
And
put them around like the big bins of Lazy Town.
Okay. So
We're
anyhow.
We just solved about 3 or 4 major world problems in the show.
Get up earlier and you will
make things with lights.
You'll live
Light Bright.
One more.
Oh, okay.
I want to.
Don't want to leave. Yeah, you know.
I have other good ones. And we don't.
You're on a roll.
We don't go to the JSI that often.
No.
Do you wear headphones, Casey, when you ride a bike? When you head out on your road rides?
Sometimes I do.
Okay.
It's probably not a good idea, but I wear headphones that.
You have throughput.
You have wireless head.
I do, but I don't wear my Jabras because those aren't anchored to anything. I have these JBLs that are actually because
they go around the back.
They go around the back because one time I rode my bike with my AirPods in and one went flying out, and I lost it forever.
The
dude.
Jabras stay in tight though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're going 40 miles per hour.
Casey, if you're riding a bike and the reason you don't. You're concerned about wearing those because of outside sounds and being aware of everything. You may try the bone induction because you can hear everything.
I've tried the
No,
bone
you're right.
induction.
Oh, yeah.
And those, we have some that wrap around the back of your head.
Okay.
And so
They're great.
It doesn't actually go in your ear. It touches the sides.
Yeah, I had those
You
for
can-
swimming ones.
Yeah, you can hear the music fine, but you can also hear everything in your surroundings. So that might be the ticket for you.
Also, Preston, there's like I have like the top Sonys and the top Bose. You have a throughput. You can adjust the amount of environment, the outside world you're hearing, because those headphones also have microphones in them that allow environmental sound to come through.
But if you're riding a bike and you're getting all sweaty and stuff, you may not want to sweat on the pads and things like that. So those bone induction might be the way to go.
Well, so the ones that I wear while I cycle they're actually meant for swimming as well. So they're okay to get wet.
My wife has them. They're great.
So this study says that wearing headphones while riding a bike or driving is not a good idea.
It's also illegal, I believe, to wear over-the-ear headphones while driving.
Ford conducted an experiment and found that cyclists and drivers were 4 seconds slower to identify potential road hazards when wearing headphones.
Like the screams of a child.
I don't like wearing headphones. Like if I go,
No.
even if I jog outside, I mean, I like to listen to music, but to not be able to hear anything of any of my surroundings, I don't like that. It seems dangerous.
The Jabras, the buds, and I forget what the newest one is. In case I have the 65s, the sports
75Ts is what I got.
So they let enough of the outside environment through, and you don't have to worry about, because I don't want to feel like I'm. There was a portion when I got the Jabras where there'd been about 4 or 5 stories in the news about people trail hiking, which is what I do, and trail running, who had tree limbs during a storm crack and fall down on them.
Wait, the Jabras let in
You can
outside?
you can adjust the amount of outside.
Hit the button on your left.
Yeah, I didn't know that, and I had those, and I lost them. I have the case. I just don't.
Well,
have
that'll
the
work. Just tape that to your forehead.
I know.
By the way, there was a time when my radio was busted in my car, and I had to wear my work headphones.
I remember that you telling
pulled up. It was at the Cardboard Classic, and Kathy pulled up next to me and started laughing at me, like making fun of me.
I remember that.
I wanted to listen to something. For a long drive.
How was that trip, Maverick?
So Ford is now letting the public try out the virtual experience themselves using their smartphones. It's called Share the Road, Safe and Sound, and uses 8D audio, a new sound technology that makes our brains think that audio is constantly moving and coming from different directions. The issue is that wearing headphones causes a reduction in the vehicle and roadway sounds and that the driver can hear, and leads to driver underestimating vehicle speed.
Well, it also, so what they're saying is that when you listen to sound that way, you're not getting your placement in your environment. So hearing things coming from behind you, all those things are thrown off.
Yep. So this happened in both lab settings and on the road when driving during both day and night. So if you do wear headphones of some type when you're either riding a bike or in a car, it will distract you, and not just sound wise. As far as like Steve was saying, you're not feeling the movement properly. It feels different because you're not hearing the natural things emanating around you.
In Pennsylvania, you are not allowed to wear a pair of headphones or earbuds while driving. However, you may use a single-ear audio system, such as a Bluetooth, in order to take hands-free phone calls.
Okay. What's the rule for riding bikes, though? Because I don't know if I'm actually breaking the law or not.
I just saw it.
So while you're doing that, what is the law in PA as far as driving and making light bright pictures?
About at the same time.
How are you going to plug that in?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania law, you're not allowed to no, that's driving a vehicle.
That's sex trafficking. No, that's not it.
Sex trafficking.
Different category.
And here we go. Hold on. Well, talk amongst yourself. Talk
See this?
yourself.
No, let's keep it completely quiet because the pressure's on.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I wish someone would say something.
I do have a question. When you're riding with other people, will you listen to music? Okay, so it's only when you're
only when
alone.
I'm solo.
All right, that makes sense because, you wouldn't want to communicate with people that you're riding with, so it makes sense.
My car time with the sound system in the car, that's really where I spend the greatest portion of quality music listening. Like that, to me, that environment is perfect for it, and I enjoy that.
I listen at home all the time.
Do you put
now.
the stereo, the full-blown stereo on at home?
I never used to listen at home, and now I don't watch TV that much. So if I find myself doing something, cooking or doing prep work whatever it may be, I have learned to just put on some music.
Right.
And it used to be the car was my place to listen, but I listen to audiobooks a lot now.
I do as well.
So
but I sing while they're on.
That's the majority of listening that I'm doing in my car now. So it's kind of done this reversal. And I now listen to music at home, which is kind of cool. I dig it.
And I have also the Bose, connected to Amazon in my bedroom, which has a good sound system. I listen a lot, like when I'm going to sleep. But the days of me putting on the full cranking stereo with the so all that, I don't do that. I don't listen.
I like to have it now that we have the shore property. I like to have music on there a lot.
What about outside?
If we're having outside, absolutely.
Yeah, that to me, I do that a lot.
Yep. So if we're having friends over, something like that, I want to have some ambience. I want to have some music running at some point. Kathy, did we kill enough time?
So
for you?
it keeps directing me to motorists. So I think it's viewing a bike
as a car
motorist.
Kind of.
As a rickshaw.
So yes, it's saying that it's illegal, and also. You're not supposed to take your hands off the handlebars case, so they're saying that that's illegal?
I'll get out.
So you can't look cool.
Yeah. That's how, like, when I'm, cycling, I like to light up a cigarette and ride with my hands.
Hey, I forgot to tell you, I saw in Wildwood, we saw a group of kids on bikes. A cop was coming after them, and they took off, man.
No kidding.
It was pretty wild. Yeah, we heard the siren, went outside and looked, and they were coming around the corner, and these kids are probably all like 12, 11, 12, 13 years old. Dude, they ran from the cop.
Oh, yeah, of course they did.
They took off.
Yeah. Did was it the sirens like full on, or was it chirping?
I was like, the balls on you, little.
You would have done the same thing.
No, I wouldn't have.
No, you would have stopped?
Not if a cop is in pursuit.
I remember one time I was like 19 years old, and a cop came up, and everybody scattered, and I was standing there with a beer, and I'm like, I'm gonna be a man. I'm gonna talk to this guy. I'm gonna reason with him. He arrested me. I got
5 years in prison later.
I had to do community service at the Jewish Center for the Aged.
It's something similar. I didn't have a beer in my hand, but I was walking home from a party. It was probably like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was walking with my friend Rob, and a cop came up behind us, and Rob just took off. I was like, oh, my God. And so I took off, but Rob was way faster than me, and the cop was like, stop, and I was like, oh, my God, I'm going to stop.
Yeah.
Even though there was a footbridge that was right there, and I totally could have got away. I was like, I'm not going to do this.
You did the right thing.
Yeah, and I didn't get arrested.
Well, that's good.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, anyway.
Kathy, do you have an answer for us still or not?
Well, do you want more? You kind of moved on. I didn't know if you wanted. So
sure.
This is a little bit better information. It's from bicycleuniverse.com. So although it's dangerous, there are actually only 7 states that regulate headphones. It is Florida, Rhode Island, California, Delaware, New York, Virginia, and Maryland. Other states prohibit over-the-ear headphones like you were talking about. So Pennsylvania they're calling it a gray state, where it's illegal for drivers to wear headphones, and that can be extended to cyclists. So it goes back to the whole motorist.
All right. Well, maybe we can find out more because we have an Olympic bike rider who's going to be in here in just a moment.
Stuff.
All right, that's all I have time at the Just Saying Institute to share with you today, friends. But thank you for strolling the campus and seeing what all we have for you. When we return, yes, we are going to have Olympian Peyton Ridenour, who is going to be riding BMX at the Olympics, man. It's so cool. And she's
amazing.
Local, so she's also an author and all kinds of other stuff. So we'll take a break, come back with her, and get into some more stuff. Stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Do you or someone you love suffer from PWS? Pathetic wardrobe syndrome? WMMR is here to help. A pretend clinical fake study we totally made up shows a visit to the WMMR.com rock shop may reduce PWS with lots of items made to brighten and improve your quality of life. Current and vintage designed station tees, Preston and Steve Gadzooks gear, Pierre coffee cups, ball caps, and beanies, Jackson Jeep Club travel mugs, Jackie Bam Bam's vampire wall
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is from the area. She is headed to the Olympics, Tokyo 2020 Olympics this summer. Yeah, it's really, really cool. So give me some music, Casey, please, because our next guest, by the way, the 7-time USA BMX national champion.
Yeah.
Please welcome Peyton Ridenauer to the show. Or should we call you Peanut?
Either way.
All right, so Peanut's your nickname?
Yeah.
Has that been since you were a little kid?
Yeah, ever since I was little. My parents gave it to me.
Hey, Peanut's a good one.
Yes, it is.
She was a little Peanut.
I love Peanut.
As a baby.
One of my
right,
favorite cats of all time is named Peanut.
You're right.
Yeah, I love you. So
You're
that's
right.
great.
Peyton, it's wonderful to meet you. This is huge. I mean, so I said a 7-time USA BMX national champion. You're 19 years old. So
Yes.
does that championship only happen once a year?
Yes, so by 7-time national champion, we're talking about amateur. So it's not in the professional ranks because I just turned a professional this year.
Okay.
Well, listen, I was watching and catching up on your career, and it's pretty formidable. But you started when you were 5, right?
Yes.
All right, and your dad, who's here in the studio, kind of built like a course in the backyard. Was that exclusively for you, or does your dad also do this?
So I got into BMX because my dad used to race.
Okay.
And he raced when he was younger, not super competitively, but just for fun. And then he brought me to the track one day when I was 5, and I've loved it ever since and just been riding my bike. And we built that course in my backyard together, and we work on it all the time. It's basically, it's like a full-time job. It's just so much work, but it's definitely worth it and a lot of fun.
Oh, it's wild.
What is the BMX community like in this area? Is there just like one spot where everybody goes to ride, or is there a bigger, community that we're not aware of around here?
So BMX is pretty small in this area, actually. Okay. There's a track in Pottstown, which is about 10 minutes from me because I live right in Pottstown, which is nice, but it is a smaller track and not like a full-scale track,
right?
But it's awesome to have something so close to me. But you'll see a lot of the BMXers are going to be from Texas, Florida, California, a lot on the West Coast. So
they've got a lot of space out there.
Yeah.
Is the one in your backyard, is that, I assume that's a pared-down version, or is that a full course?
No, it's pared down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a little smaller, and it's pretty narrow too, not typically as wide as a regular BMX track would be. And I also ride a different bike back there just because the surface and the jumps are just a little bit different style than you would find on a regular BMX track.
Gotcha.
Okay. By the way, Peyton is wearing a Mongoose shirt, which when I was a kid, that was the dream bike.
Big thing.
The dream bike was the Mongoose. I am happy to see that they are still way up there as far as the bikes go, right?
Did you ever get sponsored by them, Preston?
Of course.
Because Peyton has recently been sponsored by them, which is
That's got to be huge.
Yeah, so they're super big in BMX, and then they weren't for a little while, and they just got back into it a few years ago, and I'm on the factory team, and I love it.
Oh, that's cool. So getting an endorsement like that, is obviously huge, and it can be a career changer. I wanted to ask you, watching what you do, and it's amazing to watch it. There's a type of thing that you're doing, and I will get the question out of the way right now. As you're going over, do they call them bumps? This is much of a neophyte that I am with this, or are they? What do they call the multitude of bumps that you're going over? Are they just bumps?
You can call them jumps.
Jumps,
but
okay.
There are going to be different kinds of jumps based on how they're built and how high one section of the jump is and how low the other one is. So there's different terminology, but we'll just go with jumps.
All right, when I was a kid, I rode motocross a little bit, and we called them whoop-de-doos. You ever heard of that?
I have, but we don't have those. We'll call that a rhythm section when all the jumps are going to be super close together. And then when they're more spaced out is when you can distinguish them a little bit between whether they're doubles, tabletops, step-ups. Then
well, you're amazing. So you know your stuff. So you're pretty. You did this.
A little bit. Yeah.
So it sort of predated me. I was on those large, the old bicycles with the large tires of the turn of the century. That's how old I am.
Oh, the penny
farthings. Yeah. But what you do, I notice a lot of times going over the bumps, is that it seemed to be as if you're only on your back tire a lot of times. Is that the way that's done? Because I was amazed at how much control you keep on the bike and do that and roll with that.
Yeah, a lot of the time, so we'll call that manualing over the jumps is when it's just our back tire on the ground, or we can jump them. And it depends on what kind of jump you're going over to see which way is going to be faster. But rarely you'll see somebody pump over the jumps, which is when you're going to keep both of your tires on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like all the time, like for the majority of times, you were clearing those jumps with just one tire on the ground, which I thought was, I had no idea that's how you negotiated those.
Right, and that's how you're going to make all of your speed too and get backside on it. So that's how you're going to maintain your speed and generate more speed.
Wow.
What part of your body takes the most amount of abuse? Is it your knees? Is it your back?
Shoulders?
It's really a full body workout, honestly, but yeah, a lot of legs, a lot of knees. You'll find in cyclists their hip flexors are usually pretty tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at how low the seats are. My kneecaps would shoot off of my body.
Well, we don't sit down.
I know, but so you can bend your knees so deep when the rear tire's coming up, right?
Right. So if our seat's super high, I'll hit it because we do compress so much when we're racing around the track.
Well, I mean, so again, and I got an appreciation just watching so much of your video. You're pumping so hard because the rotation of the tires is so much smaller. I mean, have you ever calculated how many revolutions in a race? How many times you've pumped your legs?
I haven't, but races are typically going to be between 30 and 40 seconds.
Yeah, they're short.
But it is super short, but it's exhausting because you just full-on sprint as fast as you can for that amount of time.
Yeah.
Yep. My nephew rides BMX, and he's got like a trophy room. I mean, it's loaded with trophies. He's probably 17 years old. And I noticed, so he's from Colombia, South America, and you went down and raced in Bogota recently, right?
Yeah, I was just there like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. He's in Medellin, or was in Medellin, which is a few hours from Bogota. But is it popular in Colombia?
Yeah, it's super popular. So the women who won the last 2 Olympics was Mariana Pajon, and she's a Colombian BMX rider.
Wow.
So she's super popular down there, probably as popular as the president. Like, if you ask anybody on the street if they know who Mariana Pajon is, they know who she is.
Wow.
So she's definitely legit, and because of her, the BMX scene in Colombia just kind of blew up.
All right, so this year you're finally, what's the minimum age for the Olympic team? Do you have any idea?
18.
18.
So this is the first year you qualified, boom, you're in. Did you try? Well, I was going to say, did you try last year? That's stupid.
Yes.
The Olympics only come
Why
out
would she do that?
every few years.
Did you try it for the Olympics last year before they were canceled?
Yeah, so I was going to try to go to
postponed.
the Olympics, but unfortunately all of the events that would qualify us and gain us points towards the Olympics were canceled. So that's why it
that
got
would screw
pushed.
it up. Yeah.
Did I hear you got some news this morning or something concerning the Olympics?
Yeah, I did get a little surprise visit this morning. So I'm in the USADA testing pool, which is the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, and I have to put my whereabouts into this app. And at any moment, wherever I'm at, somebody can just show up and drug test me.
Right.
So 6:45 this morning, I got a knock on the door. Some lady there to test me. So
At your house?
yeah, but
Okay.
this is the first time this has happened because I just got put into the testing pool, and she came to my house, and I just woke up. So then 5 minutes before that, I already went to the bathroom, and I was like, I don't know what to do. So I drank like 4 glasses of water, and I was like, I need to go on the Preston and Steve show. And she was like, all right, well, then I guess we'll just have to come with you. So we came here.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she came here with me.
Is she here?
No, we already did the testing.
Okay,
So
all
right
right.
before, I got it out of the way. But that was my morning.
Well, that's a first for us.
Yes, Olympic
You're
drug
the
testing
first
at WMMR.
The first guest we've ever. Now, there's many guests we've had where we would have liked to test it for drugs.
Yeah, sure.
But they were all for
nothing
lesser
performance
reasons.
enhancing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing
but-
performance enhancing. That
Oh,
is
my goodness.
wow, but that means you're legit.
funny.
And it's weird because people say, "Oh, do they have to be that pedantic about it?" But the truth of the matter is that there have been athletes who have gamed the system. You look at Lance Armstrong who fooled many people for many years. So, but you're a big proponent of keeping it out. Obviously, that's why you've signed up, right?
Yeah, well, it's not a choice. You get tested no matter what.
Right.
But no, definitely clean athlete all the way. And
Good.
anybody who is doping, it's just
Cheating.
It kind of sucks because they're cheating. So.
Right.
So you graduated from high school in 2020. But you were already a well-established champion at that point. What do your peers, your friends, and high schoolers, fellow high schoolers think about your achievements, or did it really mean much to anybody?
Yeah, so I actually was gone a lot of the time. So everyone would be like, oh, well, why is Peyton always gone? But I tell my teachers, I say, oh, I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks. I'm just going to go to Europe real quick, and then I'll be back. And they'll just be like, okay. And then the more I told them, they would be like, what are you doing? And then I'd say, I'm a professional BMX racer, and nobody knows what it is because, again, from this area, it's not very well known.
Yeah.
So I try to explain to the teachers and everything and my friends, and a lot of them don't get it. So I show them videos and stuff, and they're like, oh, that's cool. Like, you just like to ride your bike around. And
don't you love having it diminished? Oh, you just like to ride your bike around.
Yeah, and then I'll come back, and they'll ask how I did, and I'll be like, I won. And then, little did I know, or did they know, that I just won like a national championship or like a world championships. But I'm pretty humble about it, where I don't like to brag when I come back. But
it'll keep you checked.
Yeah, I went to college with a guy who was like a national karate champion, right? So it's that type of person flies under the radar, but in that world, he is absolutely a name, and he was a force to be reckoned with. And the same goes for you. Do you think you will ever transition from BMX to any other kind of cycling?
What's nice about BMX is that you can transfer to different kinds of cycling from it. So if you come somewhere from road or mountain biking, it's hard to learn BMX or something like that. But the BMX riders have so much skill and bike control that we can transition to wherever we want to.
Would that work for motorized stuff as well? Or, because I think there are probably some aspects of it, but those share a common genetic makeup, whereas once you put a powered motor on it, it's going to change the whole game, right?
Yeah, that would definitely change the game a lot. Like, I would assume we would have the same, kind of control over it. But again, motocross is something where they usually start really young and they do it all their life. And they gain all those skills. But I'm thinking maybe after BMX, I could do some mountain biking, because BMX, the cutoff is probably about 30 years old. Yeah. But then the mountain bikers get a little bit older.
Yeah, because I was wondering about, because I road cycle and I'm not at any level, but what I like about it, as opposed to let's say running or something like that, is I actually get to go see places. You know what I mean? Like, I can go out and go for 40 miles, and what you're doing, you're just going around in a I don't want to say you're going around in a track, and so, but if you were to get on a road bike, you would be able to go and see the world, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I really like about BMX, is because I get to travel to so many different places.
Right.
And I really like competing, but another part I really like is just meeting people from all over the world and seeing cool stuff.
So in preparation for the Olympics and what you're how much have you been brought into it? Did you get is there classes that you attend for security or anything? I mean, how's that all handled? We have no idea.
Yeah, so I just figured out I was going to the Olympics on the last week of May. May 30th, I figured it out. So everybody else on the team already knew they were going for over a year now.
So you're playing catch up.
Right, yeah. So it's all completely new to me.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, it's Peyton Ridenauer who's here, and she's from Pottstown. Olympic BMX rider, is headed to Tokyo 2020 Summer Olympics. There are, I think I read, 27 cyclists for Team USA altogether.
I'm not sure that exact number, but just for the BMX racing discipline, there's 2 males and 3 females.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah. All right, so you're one of 3 for the women. Wow. Who are the other 2 people, and do you know them?
Yes, I know them. Okay. Elise Willoughby, who's from Minnesota, who is a world champion and an Olympic silver medalist, and then Felicia Stansel, who's from Indiana, who's a national champion.
Have you ever raced against them?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you beaten them?
A few times, but they're really good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're all on the same team now.
So you're the youngest of the crew?
Yes, I think I'm the youngest person in BMX racing for the whole Olympics, out of all the countries.
That's awesome.
Guys and girls.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So,
that's so cool.
When do you leave for the Olympics? What are you prepared for what that's going to be like when you get to Tokyo? Do you stay in the Olympic Village? How does all of that work?
So I'm going to leave on July 21st, and they want us pretty in and out of there with the COVID protocols.
Right, yeah.
I'm only going to be there for about 10 days maybe.
Wow.
But when I get there, it's going to be pretty regulated. I think we're going to be staying in the village a lot. There's not going to be going out and kind of like seeing stuff really. So I think it's going to be pretty stay in one place and
yeah. I mean, the Japan is still taking the protocols really, really seriously, and I don't think there's any international people in attendance at any of the events. Only Japanese people, and then I don't know if anybody's going to be able to come to a BMX event. Do you know?
Only the Japanese spectators will be able to see it, but it'll be at half capacity. So I think they take 8,000 for BMX, so then 4,000 could come watch.
So you could have as many as 4,000, which is something. But listen, it looks like when you are doing what you're doing, you block out everything and you're in the zone. Is that safe to say?
Right.
Okay.
And BMX isn't a very high spectator sport either,
Right.
Because a lot of people don't know about it, but it is super cool to watch.
Yeah, it is.
Especially if you haven't seen it before.
I just got excited. I mean, I've always loved the way it looks and the sort of very kinetic nature of it. But just watching in preparation for this interview, your stuff, it's like, God, I have to make sure I check that out. Do you happen to know when our time this will be taking place?
That's what I was going to ask, when we can see it.
So I'm going to be competing on the 29th and the 30th. It's split up into 2 different days, but I'm not sure the time. But since BMX doesn't get a lot of viewers, I'm assuming it'll be on at about 3 a.m.
Oh, really?
Well, that's actually the time we wake up.
Well, Peacock has had really great coverage, so maybe
could probably see it there.
you can get things on demand these days. So,
do you get to walk in the opening ceremonies? Do you know about that?
No, as far as I know, no.
Okay.
BMX has never been there for the opening ceremonies. What? Yeah, but BMX has been an Olympic sport only since 2008.
Huh.
Well, I mean, listen, stuff like this, and you, and this sort of excitement about it, and locally, like we were talking about the genesis of soccer in the United States and how these sports kind of hang on the fringe. But BMX, I mean, it's. It seems to me there's the excitement for it is building more and more, and then when you have personalities like yourself out there, spreading the message of the sport, it'll get bigger. I mean, because honestly, there's a lot of stuff in the Olympics I think they could just get rid of. It's not as exciting as BMX for sure.
Yeah, curling.
Curling.
Hey, I have a question about because a few years ago they started including the more what they call X Games type of sports and. When it comes to that type of riding, do you ever flirt with that type of stuff, the trick things? I'm sure you can. I mean, you've been riding a bike competitively for forever.
Yeah, I actually haven't really dabbled in that yet.
Yeah.
But tricks are a little bit different, especially racing. We all like to go as fast as we can and stay super low to the ground.
Right.
And then tricks, they're getting bigger air and taking limbs off and stuff. So
how much air can you get? How high up will you? Because you're bouncing along like a lunatic. How high up will you hit when you go?
Honestly, not super high because we're going like 20 to 30 miles an hour.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it's impressive to watch.
So I think so. You've said this many times that the interest level of BMX and the viewership is kind of, lower than where it should be, way lower than it should be. Have you thought about, if you win, doing some kind of moment? I don't know what, some kind of Olympic moment to put the spotlight on BMX?
I haven't thought about that, but...
Like maybe do it no hands, like the whole time, I mean, that would blow people away, right?
Here's what you do. May I suggest something?
Backwards.
No.
Oh.
A Preston and Steve banner.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Waving it around.
Do you get to pick your number? Because I saw on your bike you have like a number 252, or is that like your permanent number, or do they give you the number?
So with the number, I'm in a little bit of a tricky situation because technically you're not able to pick a number until after the Olympics for new riders.
Right.
So since this is my first year as a professional, technically I don't have a career number, but I did get to choose that 252 number, which was my first racing number I've ever had. And
well, that's nice.
That's the one I got to choose, but it's not confirmed that I have it for international stuff and for the Olympics. So honestly, I have no idea what number I'm going to have.
Does anybody else have that number?
No.
All right, well, that's good.
I was thinking 933 would be a good number.
933. Nick held up, we have a copy of your book, the kid's book that you wrote.
Yeah.
And that is pretty cool. You did that last year?
Yes.
Okay, and you were given the idea. Now, apparently your aunt gave you the idea for the book?
Yes. So I wrote a children's alphabet book, A to Z BMX style. And I originally wrote the book like 10 years ago. Because I got the idea from my Aunt Jennifer, who's also my godmother, because she wrote A to Z hockey style books.
Really?
Yeah.
Was she a hockey player?
She's a hockey fan.
Okay.
Big Flyers fan.
Oh, there you go.
But I got the idea from her, and then I found it on the computer last year, just sitting there 10 years later. So a bunch of rewriting because I wrote it when I was like 9.
Right.
So
You've gotten a little
basically-
sharper since then.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically rewrote the whole thing, and then I decided to make it come to life because COVID, there's nothing going on, and there's nothing like that in the BMX world.
Yeah.
Because the kids have the pros to look up to, but they don't really have anything else besides the pros to just say, hey, I want to be like that. So if they have something handheld that they can...
You might just get somebody interested in, a young kid in the sport like the way you were.
And that's educational also, and it doesn't, even though it's a BMX racing styled book, it can apply to all disciplines of biking.
Well, it's a real page turner because E is for elbows, guys.
Yeah, we try to keep those up.
Yeah, we keep those up. Steve, what do you think F is for?
I'm going to say flatulence, but I'm probably wrong.
No. Finish line.
Finish line, of course. That's why I would be a terrible kids book writer.
By the way, the artwork is great in this. Did you do that through who did the artwork on this?
My Aunt Jennifer, her illustrator, Andy Lendway, did the same illustrations for my book.
It reminds me of there was an alphabet type of book that we had when it was an alphabet book. It was different sports books. It was like the it was like from the football's perspective.
Oh, okay.
From the baseball's perspective.
Getting smacked around.
Yeah, actually, and so it looks like that. That's really cute. I like that. And how long has this been on sale?
Since April.
Okay, so it's new.
I started it last year in August when I got all the writing done, and then that's when the illustrations started, and I made a Kickstarter campaign, which is like a creative GoFundMe.
Yes, no, it's wonderful. Yeah.
And I had a $10,000 goal, and I ended up meeting that goal plus a little bit more to get all the illustrations and the printing done. And
Nice. There's a link to the book on Peyton's Instagram page too, which is Peyton Ridenhour.
Peyton, you got any siblings?
No, I don't.
No, you're an only child.
Yes, but I do have a Beagle Rocket who's 3, which is basically like a sibling.
Well, your parents did it so good the first time, they said, why even try again? Yeah.
Well, no, that's good because they can really hyper focus on her activities.
It's demanding.
And absolutely, if you've got to be traveling all over the place and everything, imagine dragging another sibling you don't even like around.
Shut up! Shut up! Your sister's doing a wonderful job. And you're annoying.
Yeah, I definitely been all over the place lately. So to have my dog at home to keep my parents company is great.
Do you have a best friend? Not really. No. I was going to say if somebody like that goes with you to these events or anything like that.
A lot of the places I go with my parents, we'll travel together.
Yeah.
But I do have a few friends that I'll travel with sometimes. I just got back from Rockford, Illinois this past weekend, and I went with my friend from Canada and my 2 other friends from California.
Oh, wow.
I mean, not to be presumptuous, but I think at this point I'm kind of sensing that we're your best friends.
So when you win, you have to thank us.
No, it's awesome. And the book is great. It's really well done.
By the way, with when going to the Olympics, the team, BMX is an individual sport, correct?
Right.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there was a team scoring. I don't know how it works. So you guys we could get a gold, silver, and bronze American win potentially because there's 3 women in the.
Right.
On the
So
team.
for BMX, there's going to be some qualifying races on the 29th, and then that's going to determine who goes to the next round.
Okay.
And then on the 30th, there will be more qualifying races, and then that'll go into one final. So you have one chance in the final, however you place, 1 through 8th, that's how you finish up.
One final race,
Yep.
and that determines
Everything.
That is it. Wow.
Nice,
okay. How many people per heat per race?
There will be 8.
Okay. So,
Yeah, so
well, you just said that. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
but-
listen, we're new to this world.
A gate only holds 8 people.
Okay.
That's a cool thing. The whole gate setup at the beginning of the race where it's tilted down. Is that? Have you ever fallen over while waiting?
No.
Okay, because I know I would. That's how I know I would not be good at the sport. I would just fall over at the gate.
Yeah, can there be a false start or no? Because the gate blocks your front wheel, right?
Right. It'll go off of a cadence. So it'll say, rider's ready, watch the gate, and then beeps will go. And you can either choose to listen to the beeps or you can look at the lights and it'll go red, yellow, yellow, green.
Yeah.
And that's how people base their timing off of when to go.
How critical? I assume it's with anything. That first nanosecond is critical. So, what's your? Do you have a special trick, or do you do as I would do and fall forward?
It's super critical because it's cut off or be cut off. So if you don't get out of the gate, well, someone could just cut you off and. Then you're in the back.
You're jockeying for position as quickly as you can.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So besides this young lady from Colombia, who is your biggest competition?
Probably the other U.S. girls.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're really fast, and also the girls from the Netherlands are super fast also.
Have they written children's books?
No, they haven't.
Then they're losers. No, that's cool. We're very proud of you. I mean, we're just meeting you. You're wonderful, and the fact that you did the kids book and everything like this. But I mean, your career is off and running. I mean, and you love what you do. You haven't reached. That's the thing you always hate to see, like with athletes. When they start to say, "Oh, this is becoming more of a job," but you're not there. You're enjoying all of it, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome.
By the way, can you make a career out of BMX riding? Can you make enough money to live exclusively off of that?
Yes, you can, but you have to win a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
would imagine the endorsements are where the real paycheck comes in.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of it from sponsorships, but they'll also pay out at the events. But the payout at the events isn't very good.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Did we say where you went to high school? I know you're from Pottstown.
Owen-J. Roberts.
Owen-J. Okay, cool. Awesome. Did you do you have any plans post Olympics when you get back? Like what happens afterwards?
Like with schooling or
schooling, professionally, riding, whatever.
Kids books.
So right when I get back from the Olympics, I have to go to the World Championships in the Netherlands. So I'm only going to be home for a few weeks, and then I'll head out to there.
Wow.
How do you deal with jet lag?
Sleep.
As much
I
as
didn't
you
know
can.
if you had a system or not. Some people like to stay up, or some people like to go to sleep right away, or
Yeah, I like to try to stay up until the time that I'm supposed to go to bed.
Right. So you keep it on a schedule because we've talked to prize fighters and people, UFC fighters who, if they travel to a different time zone, stay on the time zone here so that it doesn't throw off their clock too much. And that's something you would do as well?
Yeah, I haven't done it too much yet just because I haven't been on crazy time zone changes. But when I go to Tokyo, it'll be a pretty
That'll be crazy.
time change.
Yeah. Big one. Wow. Well, listen, we're, like Steve said, we're very proud of you, and we're looking forward to seeing you represent the country at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. It should be very cool. So we'll be pulling for you. We'll be watching, okay? And hopefully we'll be talking to you with a gold medal.
Yeah. And you know what? Next time the P test is on us.
Yeah, we'll do that. And check out Peyton's book, A to Z BMX Style. We'll post the links on PrestonandSteve.com, and you can follow her on Instagram. It's Peyton Ridenor, Ridenor. But we'll post that so you can get it. So nice to meet you, Peanut. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And
Absolutely.
can I thank a few people real quick?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to give a shout out to Crazy Ronnie and Big Richie from Sen Trucking, Jeff Hanna Jr. and Sr., and my amazing parents, and my coach Ariel, and just all my sponsors and my friends and family that are around me.
Yeah, that's how you do
Thank
it.
you. Let's hear for Peyton. Right now are headed to the Olympics. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 93.3
I had been waiting to watch it with my daughter, and she informed me last week that she had watched the two without me.
She cheated on you.
She did. I was
roasted by your own daughter.
Yeah.
That sucks.
So I went ahead and watched first episode last night. It was great. I love it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch the following two.
Yeah. It's you think it's as important to you as it is to her, and
Yes.
and it's not.
No.
And that's heartbreaking.
These would be the wonderful father-daughter things to share. I gave up on my sons. They don't care. They don't care. I wanted to watch things with them, but they've taken their own damn time. They don't care.
Yeah.
They just don't care.
Leave us alone, old man.
Yeah. All right. I need to do the bizarre file, so let's do that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. So, local Boy Scouts in Pensacola, Florida, discovered human remains on Saturday while they cleaned in and around a building as part of an Eagle Scout project.
So they were actually said, we need you boys to go clean these human remains?
I don't know. No, Pensacola police said in a statement that it was...
We're going to get our human remains badge.
Investigating the incident, the medical examiner's office determined the bones were found were human.
Wow.
The police said that the historically designated building where the remains were found is owned by the city and has been used over the years by civic groups, including the Boy Scouts, and they were just cleaning up and they found a dead person.
We have woods near my house, and my son will go out there venture from time to time, and he always brings back bones. I'm like, dude, stop picking up dead bones. It's gross,
Bring back live bones.
What, from like squirrels and stuff?
No, I was about to say like squirrels.
Not squirrels, more like squirrels.
Like squirrels. And not squirrels, but other squirrels.
Also, I want to go back to dead bones.
Yeah. Not live bones. Yeah. I was going to say dead animals, but they're bones.
Yes.
And they're usually like...
Where are all the live bones?
Deer bones.
Down at the creek drinking. Got a great shot of a bone drinking out of the creek.
Oh, it's majestic. Live bone.
Next story. A South Carolina man told police his girlfriend of 2 weeks assaulted him during an argument over making s'mores early Saturday morning. Police interviewed the Myrtle Beach couple, both of whom said that they had quarreled over the treat.
I want some s'mores.
The 45.
That's a nighttime food, not a breakfast food.
The 45-year-old woman
Shut
said.
up.
You shut up.
That's how it started.
That's how it started.
Yeah. They said the dispute never got physical and was verbal. She said only while her 54-year-old boyfriend.
Step back, bitch, because you're about to get roasted.
Alleged that she struck him during the dispute.
Oh.
A Myrtle Beach officer noted the victim and offender had been dating for 2 weeks and lived together the whole time. Police add that since the man had no bruises or marks to corroborate his claim and no other witnesses were present during the alleged assault, there was not enough evidence to make an arrest of the offender. This was pretty wild. I saw this shocking video of an alleged road rage incident Friday on the Staten Island Expressway.
Yeah.
Shows an irate driver smash the windshield of another motorist truck with a baseball bat before fleeing the scene. Yeah, it's pretty wild. The operator of the truck filmed the ordeal from the driver's seat as an unidentified male took swings at the front end and windshield. A child inside the vehicle is heard screaming while his father, the man filming, tries to calm him down. After the unidentified man approached with the bat, he could be heard yelling, "You're not going to pay for my car?" The driver of the truck, who asked to remain anonymous, said that the incident occurred as he was driving the right lane of the Staten Island Expressway. One vehicle passed him on the shoulder of the expressway, but when the second car attempted to eke by as well, traffic cone marking a pothole in the road made that motorist merge back onto the highway sooner than expected.
Wow.
The motorist's rear driver's side allegedly clipped the truck's front bumper, the driver said, and the pair of vehicles pulled over. He said, right when I got out, he started yelling about, "You're paying for this," cursing and all that good stuff. And he was like, "You just hit me." And my response was, "My truck doesn't travel sideways." The damage to the man's truck was minimal, and he told another driver that he would get his insurance, call the police to respond to the scene. That enraged the driver. He approached the father, whose 9 and 11-year-old sons were in the backseat. He said, I stood there thinking this is going to get escalated into a physical thing. At that time, I was like, I'm not doing this. I had my kids in the car. After telling the motorist who allegedly struck his truck that he was not paying for the damages, the driver of the truck said he saw the man run over his friend's car, grabbed something of the vehicle, a baseball bat, and he came over and he started smashing it. The father of two said he put the truck back in a park before the irate man smashed the headlight and the windshield of the vehicle. Thinking back on the incident, the man, who is a retired member of the military, said that his children's presence likely helped him stay calm throughout the interaction. Said he was glad his kids were in the car because he might have gotten out and he might have done something.
He could have killed them or vice versa.
So investigators are trying to locate the man. They've got really good video.
It's
of
crystal
him.
clear,
So hopefully they'll be able to track him down. A 35-year-old Emmaus man who was lighting fireworks on Sunday night in a pickup truck and trying to toss them out a window apparently didn't get rid of one in time. Critically injured himself. It blew up in the car, inside the truck, and they had to get him to the hospital immediately. They found the injured man who had been sitting in a parked Ram 1500 at the time of the blast. Responders rendered first aid, including a tourniquet.
Jeez.
So maybe something blew off. I don't know.
Sounds like that.
He was rushed to the Lehigh Valley Hospital, where he was in critical condition on Monday night. The explosion did significant damage to the inside of the truck, but there wasn't a fire. The Allentown Fire Department bomb squad was brought in to make sure there weren't any other
He's still in the hospital.
fireworks in the truck, which there were not. He was, come on, man. The insuring police.
Wait, he's trying to say something.
Investigation determined the man bought the fireworks a year ago. They didn't specify what sort of fireworks caused the injuries.
Well, you don't want anybody. You don't do that. I would exit the vehicle and then light them in a field or something.
Right.
But he made a mistake.
All right, and then finally, here's another fireworks story. In Minnesota, police say a group of juveniles lit a fireworks display inside a grocery store, causing fire in the store. A call came in on Monday. The caller said that the juveniles lit the fireworks display inside the store, and there was a considerable amount of smoke and so on. So most of the ones that you can get inside stores. Sparklers, smoke bombs, stuff like that. So there weren't any big explosions or anything like that. But, I mean, you can still cause an inferno with something like that. The fire department arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's okay. There are no explosives.
Yeah, they have arrived and put out the flames. That's what I was waiting for.
What? Yeah. So that's but still the heat generator. The heat generator is pretty.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
No one was injured. Officers said the store remains closed as crews investigate and clean up. A spokesperson from the store said the company is referring inquiries about the fire to local police and fire departments. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. All right, Kathy, all morning long, we've asked people to text in for the secret text word. Let's get a number, caller, and a winner here.
17.
All right, 17th caller, you get to take a shot at it. 215-263-WMMR, our number. We'll break, come back, lesson question, trash, music news. Those things are coming up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3
Okay, you're going to ask it because I don't have them here. Digital download of Godzilla versus Kong. So, Nick, what's our question today?
Who was the 8th dwarf?
All right, who's the 8th dwarf? I remember this one. All right,
it's a good one.
215-263 WMMR. If you were listening from earlier this morning in the entertainment report, then you should know who the 8th dwarf was. 215-263 WMMR. Call now. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it's brought to you by Stateside Vodka Sodas. They are made with just 3 simple ingredients: Stateside Vodka, sparkling water, and real fruit juice. Available in liquor stores at Stateside, or also at statesidevodka.com for pickup or shipping in PA. What's going on, Steve?
Well, Olympic star Greg Louganis and his husband John Shalott are ending their marriage. Greg says he took a deep dive on marriage, hoping to make a big splash, prompting John to jump in quickly, saying, "This is why I'm leaving him." Hey! Actor Michael Cimino says he has been getting death threats for playing a gay character in the TV series Love, Victor, even though he is straight. Cimino says he's taking the threats very seriously and has started giving oral to men.
Oh my God.
Just to make sure. And finally, Kendall Jenner getting another restraining order against yet another man who has been stalking her since 2018. Fortunately, the entire Kardashian-Jenner clan has had so many stalkers on so many occasions that Mad Libs has provided them with blank restraining orders they can fill out themselves. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll go over to the phones and try to get an answer to the question: who's the 8th dwarf? 215-263 WMMR, and I'll go to Frankie for that answer. Yo, Frankie.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, Frankie, we need to know the name of the 8th dwarf, please.
Hey, I gotta say, I'm a Satterton kid, so you know we like to roll smart. The dwarf is Tony.
Nice. A good plug for Souderton. Hang on, Frankie. We're going to give you a digital download of Godzilla versus Kong. The fate of the world hangs in the balance as these legendary adversaries collide in a battle for the ages. Who will fall and who will be crowned the king of all monsters? You can own it now on digital and 4K Ultra HD.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
When can we have a threesome?
All right. It's brought to you by Armor, Metals, and Recycling. Get cash today. If you need cash fast, bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor, Metals, and Recycling and walk away with cash today. Located in Pensacola, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. We'll begin with Metallica. They have set a release for September 10th for the eagerly awaited multimedia box set edition of their self-titled 1991 set, better known to fans as the Black Album. The massive Metallica Deluxe box set includes 14 CDs, 6 LPs, and 6 DVDs, among much more. Featuring over 24 hours of content, the new set includes the original Black Album, remastered on 180-gram vinyl and CD, the Sad But True picture disc, a Live at Wembley AP, the Live in Moscow double LP, 2 interview CDs, 5 CDs of demos and rough mixes, 6 live CDs, and 6 live and behind-the-scenes DVDs.
And a pizza cutter.
There's a lyric folder, 3 lithios, lanyard, tour laminates, 3 guitar picks, and a 120-page book filled with never-before-seen photos and stories from those who were there. The collection runs just under $240. Also coming September 10th is a companion covers collection. I think we have a clip from one of these.
Yes.
Titled The Metallica Blacklist, which included a whopping 53 covers by such artists as Weezer, St. Vincent, My Morning Jacket, Cage the Elephant, Darius Rucker. There's a bunch of them. Corey Taylor. And one of them with Miley Cyrus. So we're going to hear a little bit of that. Here we go. By the way, on this particular song, it also features Elton John, Yo-Yo Ma, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Chad Smith, and the Metallica bassist Robert Trujillo. Miley doing Metallica.
So next Tuesday we're gonna have Mike TV on our show.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
Dude.
The guy who played Mike TV in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Who I contend sounds like Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus speaks like him as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, his name is.
Take off into space, turned into a million pieces, flying above our heads right now. Yeah.
Out of your head.
It's the 50th anniversary of that movie.
Oh, it is magnificent.
All right, well, we'll talk to Mike TV, a.k.a. Miley Cyrus, next week. With a social media post stating there will be rock, the Foo Fighters have announced their show in Los Angeles at the Forum on July 17th. They will play the first full-capacity concert at the iconic venue in more than a year. So they got the honor in New York. They now get the honor in Los Angeles.
This is all in preparation for their big concert here, right, Preston?
It is, I guess. No,
there is not.
There's not
Damn
one. So tickets go on sale Friday at 10 p.m., 10 a.m., I'm sorry, Pacific time at Ticketmaster.com. Foo Fighters played their first full-capacity, mask-free concert at Madison Square Garden last week, or this past weekend, I should say. And all attendees were required to show proof of having received 2 doses of COVID-19. The band has a string of upcoming shows beginning next month as well. No, you know what? I'll go to this one next. Elton John has made an announcement. He's ready to bring his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour to an end, and he's announced his final tour dates in North America. And this final leg will kick off in Philadelphia.
Yay!
Which is great. And it's in short order. It is less than a month away. It's going to be July 15th, and it will be at Citizens Bank Park.
So was this not the show that I think Pierre had been to?
Yeah,
where
he went to it.
He was raving about they put up the Goodbye Yellow Brick Road poster art basically on a huge screen behind him, and it was just an amazing thing.
Well,
I don't know, Preston.
And Elton goes up into it, actually physically into it.
Would you see it, that show?
Maybe. I've seen Elton a few times, and he's phenomenal. He's excellent. It's just the catalog is second to none. He can still perform those songs like nobody's business. So maybe if he's going to wrap it up for good, then maybe I should commit to see this. And
one of the greatest shows I ever saw was him. He did just him on 2 pianos, an electric and a Steinway, and a percussionist, and he did almost 4 hours. It was amazing.
So tickets are on sale Wednesday, a week from today, by the way, at 10 a.m., and we have the details available at WMMR.com. And then finally, Billy Joel's 1978 classic, My Life, has found a new lease on life as part of the soundtrack to the new Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell Apple TV Plus series, the 52nd Street, or the series. It's called The Shrink Next Door. The 52nd Street favorite, which was first used on the small screen back in 1980 in a re-recorded form for ABC's Bosom Buddies with Tom Hanks.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And now it'll be remixed and is featured in the trailer for The Shrink Next Door, which will premiere November 12th. So I don't know if it's going to be a quote-unquote theme song or if they're just using it for the trailer or teaser or what at this point. That's all that I have in music news for you.
That's all you need, man.
That means we are going to take a break and come back in a second and get ready to wrap up the entire show. So stay put, because that will be on the way next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
MMR.
Peyton is 19 years old. She is from Pottstown.
She's great.
She was so cool. She was a sweet gal. You can tell she's a fierce competitor.
Yeah.
And just a really nice person. And she is headed to the Tokyo Olympics. And she's going to represent the country and hopefully bring back a gold medal. She was going on about, how there's very little audience for BMX racing. So I think we should surprise her and everybody pay attention and see what happens.
We're absolutely going to do that because she's really cool.
Yeah, so it's nice. And she has a kid's book out, a children's book. It's an A to Z book. It's called A to Z BMX Style. And we've got links and information about Peyton on PrestonandSteve.com if you want to check that out. So she was really cool, and we thank her parents for bringing her by this morning for her drug test here at the radio.
She had her Olympic drug test on premises.
It's so funny.
They do it randomly. They can find you anywhere and say, we're going to test you right now. And they came by here and tested her this morning.
That's great.
That's how rigid it is. So she was our lone guest. That means we need to do the letter of the day, and I believe Casey's going to give us that today.
Got it.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N, as in nincompoop.
All right, and we have a sweet escape package at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City, including a midweek stay in the suite, a $100 dinner voucher, and a spa package that comes with it. You can book your Hard Rock Atlantic City escape starting at just $89 at Hard Rock Hotel Atlantic City.com. I will just now move along to thanking our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme. They've got everything that you need to prep for this summer season. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And Fred Beans. Come see why it's better at Beans. Shop hundreds of your favorite vehicles online at fredbeans.com. Tomorrow on the program, WWE wrestler Drew Gulak will be here to sample my edible charcuterie board.
Same old story, right?
He's a WWE star, but he grew up listening to us, and he commented on a homemade charcuterie board that I made on Instagram. So he's coming in. I'll make one tonight.
Yes.
And have it for tomorrow. So we'll also have singer-songwriter Don McCluskey along with Rob McElhenney. The two are friends. They're working on stuff together. Don will be in our studio. Rob will be on the phone.
Excellent.
We'll talk a little bit more about that matchup with the Union and Wrexham AFC as well.
It's coming.
And John Brazier.
John Brazier!
Director of Fun and Games for your Philadelphia Phillies. He'll be joining us, but it's always good to catch up with John. So that is it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the map.
Why don't we take a 5-minute